What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known and recognized symbol of YouTube excellence and edutainment. It is the Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the notorious one, new world order, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're back in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA, also known as EWF. That is the biggest icon in every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Nigero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
Your
Greg.
third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the after pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer. Also known as the man that ecclesiastically walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. You can, but if you forget those names, you can call me the Lord of the Lings. Ginga CGA, Greg Fu Young, Malo Poppy, Hentai CGA, or you can call me the Benevolent Monarch CGAC, God Allah. And you're looking at the reigning and defending 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. The man that when he leaves, YouTube becomes boring and you start watching a debate between D.L. Hughley and the Officer Tatum. Anyway, we got a great show for you lined up. Some more important shit to talk about while you Negroes are worried about Nolan Wells. Last I left, here's the funny thing about it. I'll tell you about the show. When I left North America, Nolan Wells had just died. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells, you know. The Negro politics tried to make him Emmett Till. The Northwest New World Order media tried to make it an Emmett Till story. And I said, who knows about, well, I don't know if that Negro died or them white boys killed him. Who knows? Then they got Benjamin Crump up there. And I was like, okay, if this Negro's involved, it's not legit. And they were still trying to figure out how this Negro died. And rest in peace to Nolan Wells. And I was like, oh, my Lord, these Negroes about to be distracted by this. Y'all was just previously distracted by the other Negro that had stabbed that white boy in Texas, and y'all didn't get y'all a pound of flesh. So I was like, it's a political year. The Negroes are distracted by niggerism. And I said, why don't I just fly the coop? Why don't I just fly the coop and leave North America and go get me some lean diets? And I went and became the Lord of the Lings and Ginga CGA and Hentai CGA. I come back and y'all niggas are still talking about Nolan Wells. Y'all still don't know how the nigga died. Like, oh my Lord, you niggas are still, y'all niggas will drag something all the way.
The real problem is niggerism.
Now Officer Tatum and D.L. Hughley is involved in some sort of Negro kerfuffle. Negro on Negro violence, and apparently they're the new Booker T. Washington, and the new, yeah, well, you know what I'm talking about. All right, now everybody's still they talking about Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. Now this is a big debate, and I'm like, what are we wasting our time, you Negroes?
The real problem is niggerism.
Who gives a fuck about any of these people? Are crazy. Y'all crazy. Y'all done wasted 4 weeks of your life, still no conclusion, and you got these Negroes up here debating.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
This is crazy. I mean, you realize since then, I've been slaughtered lings. I've been to 7 countries. You realize that I've been to 7 countries. I've been around the world and I done found my baby. I done bossed up. I done made some money. I done put hands on hips. I done so much. And y'all niggas are still sitting up here talking about Nolan Wells. All right, rest in peace to the Negro. Y'all still don't get a conclusion. It's like an episode of Dallas. No conclusions, just stringing you along, waiting for the autopsy report results. Oh, they're inconclusive. Apparently his larynx was ripped out. I mean, what are we doing? You Negroes never cease to amaze me. You Negroes never cease to amaze me as to what you will waste your time on. Acting like there's got a conclusion. You Negroes love a good soap opera. The days of our Negro lives. And now the content creators are jumping in on it. The debate between Officer Tate and W.E.B. Du Bois. Or is it D.L. Hughley? I'm going to just tell you, man. Look, this is why I don't get involved with debates. Because this is why. And I'm going to show you something here. Because I got to show you this. This is why you Negroes, I'll never will get involved with this. Neither will I review this ignorant shit. Because let me pop this up on your screen. Wow. Yeah. Emotional Negroes. You emotional Negroes. Look at this. This is why. Take a look at this. This is what I just Googled because I kept seeing this pop up in my feed. People were talking about this and I looked and I said, okay, let me see what the consensus is. Who's winning this debate? As I said, I've been involved in several debates. Most of them I clearly won, but people still had allegiances. Take a look at this. D.L. Hughley humiliates Officer Brandon Tatum. I keep calling them Officer Tate. But D.L. Hughley humiliates Officer Brandon Tatum. Then I scroll down here and it says, it scrolls down here. D.L. Hughley just became Officer Tatum. Okay. And then this one says Officer Tatum destroys D.L. Hughley. This one says D.L. Hughley melts down over Officer Tatum. This one says right here, D.L. Hughley and Nancy Grace just destroyed Officer Tatum. See, this is why I don't get involved in you Negroes drama. See, this when it comes to these issues, it doesn't matter. You might think somebody's losing. All you got to do is just go get the opposite viewpoint, and you're going to see that the other person thinks that other person lost, which means in effect, it's a stalemate. Nobody wins. Nobody wins in these things. All you do is just extend and drag out the drama because you're not getting the answers that you want. And now one person thinks they're right. The other person thinks they're right. You just wasted your time. Nobody found any common ground. No one moved the needle. And at the end of the day, you didn't get the answers you wanted. So what we try to do is we keep you on track. We try to give you the answers that you need. We try to give you the information that really matters. We try to keep you on track. We try to keep you on focus for the one thing, to boss up.
You better boss up, nigga.
All right. We want you to boss up. All right. Because at the end of the day, none of these people matter to you. What matters to you is you. And we keep the focus on you, which means in effect, today we're going to talk about the rise of the stay-at-home boyfriend. Something that I've been talking about and tracking for many years, why Gen Z men have officially become the new women. All right. And this is important to you because do you want to be this? We do have some lazy, shiftless, ineffective men, defective men, I should say, in our society that finds value in living under women. All right. That's you. But I like boats and hoes. All right. But that's it. I like to travel the world. I like putting hands on a variety of hips. You, on the other hand, want to live under one woman. Hey, knock your socks off. Never let me destroy your fantasy. At the end of the day, I never wanted to be you, and it's never should be you in this situation. We're going to review tracking trend. We have GQ magazine. We have the New World Order. We have Black Business Insider, all covering this over the last few days. Fox News covering this over the last few days of this trend that I've been talking about tracking, the rise of the stay-at-home boyfriend. As I call it, the rise of the bitch-ass niggas. Now, I warned you.
Look at this bitch-ass nigga.
I warned you, the bitch-ass nigga effect is here. All right? And when did I warn you of this? I'm going to go back and tell you this. Okay? I'm going to tell you this. I warned you back in the day when there was a there was a trend going around saying these hoes were winning. All right, these hoes is winning. And I was like, calm down. It's not that simple. Well, coach, these hoes is winning. Then there was the sprinkle versus the drizzle. And I was like, now I know what happens. There's a group of ineffective, or should I say defective males. There'll never be men in my eyes. There's a defective male group that are competing with women. They're jealous of women. They're jealous of young women. I get it. You're a young man. You're jealous of young women and their potential to have what they can get when they're in their prime. And you're not in your prime yet, but you have time on your side. But what happens is these men get lost and they start competing with women. They start wondering why women don't be held accountable. They get distracted of why they don't get justice, why justice doesn't prevail for them, why they're eternal victims, why they're not handled as mature adults in the eyes of the media, of the law. And not only that, you start wondering why women are not spending money on men. All right. And I keep telling you, yeah, short term, that might seem like a good plan, but long term, it's defective. It's ineffective to actually live under the wing of a woman. All right. But no, drizzle. You wanted to go for it. You didn't listen. So what did you earn? You earned the tab of stay at home boyfriend, aka bitch ass niggas.
Look at this bitch ass.
You earned this shit. Let me go ahead and show you this real quick because there's various trending on this topic here. This is a new hot topic coming up here, but it's not so new to me. I didn't told you that this was about to happen. All right, what happened to my tab? Damn, I had a tab of videos related to this. Is you know what? I'm gonna have to go back over here, pop it up on my screen. Let me see here. Results. Where's my results? Sheesh. Dang it. I don't know. Okay, here we go here. Let's see if this is the results. Damn it. All right, but anyway, here it is right here. This is what I wanted to show you. Let's pop this up on your screen right here. This is how much this trend is tracking. While you're distracted by the great debate between W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, aka Officer Tatum and D.L. Hughley, two people. Well, D.L. Hughley I have about 0 ounce of respect for. All right, I think he's. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to give my opinion on him. Officer Tatum, I have a lot more respect for than D.L. Hughley, but great distraction here. Take a look. Stay-at-home boyfriend, okay? Even the TikTok trend of men documenting their lives as a stay-at-home boyfriend right here. More women are becoming the breadwinners, and the stay-at-home boyfriend is on the rise. Look at all of these tabs and clicks related to this. So this is a hot trending topic, and it's interesting. These men also want women to do what? They want them to stay at home and raise kids. But what's happening is the trend is, as I've been trying to tell you, the trend is trending opposite of that. They're actually trending for men to stay at home like good bitch ass niggas you are.
Look at this bitch ass.
I mean, when I tell you traditional women are not coming back, they're not coming back. They're going to make you men, you bitch ass niggas, the traditional men.
Look at this bitch ass
right?
nigga.
As I've been trying to tell you, Ecclesiastes, y'all going to be the Ecclesiastes wives. All right, men are the new women. CGA told you back in 2022, men are the new women. And so we're seeing this trend go on with Gen Z. Now, if you're not a Gen Z person, you might not see it as much because you're not Gen Z. But of course, I've been telling you about the Gen Z dating trend. It's absolutely disastrous, meaning that more likely a man that's going to be involved with a westernized Gen Z woman is going to be involved with a woman with a really despicable digital footprint that he's not going to be able to overcome. So for that, those men, young men, are going to have to be bitch ass niggas and beta males.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
So this is where we are. All right, this is where we're going, and it's trending exactly what and how I thought it would trend. All right, so we got some doom and gloom news coming up for you. We got a little bit of Straggle and Sniggle theater. We got some crime and law CGA, of course. We got some other criminal cases going on here, and we got much, much more. Maybe some son husbandry with Jaden Daniels, the quarterback of the Washington Redskins. Hell to the Redskins. All right, the Washington Redskins quarterback, son husband ass nigga. All right, son husband ass niggas. All right, we got some real beta male shit going on here. The beta male bitch ass nigga revolution. But to contribute to today's show, $ the notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the bottom of the live chat.
New world order.
On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You see how I promote this message of free agency? It's very difficult for men to get in. It's very difficult for men to do. It's very difficult for men to do. Men really be looking for the easy way out. And that does not define men, all right? But I'm going to tell you, if you're a man, what I also told you was the bar is in hell in order to be a top tier man, all right? You want to be a top tier man, the bar is in hell. Your competition, these men ain't here. They're not competing, okay? They're not competing. Yeah, they might get them one little soggy broad to live with, maybe, all right? But the bar is in hell. It's time to boss up. Double A, actually, Alan Hopkins says, I was reading a Playboy article about how male birth control is progressing for more trials. And guess what? They did a survey and found that 82% of bitch-ass males will take the birth control. These bitches really are the new women. By the way, the New World Order is working overtime.
New world order.
The New World Order is working overtime. All right. The depopulation agenda is in full effect.
New
right?
world order.
Which really doesn't concern you. I get it. But y'all gonna take, I just wanted to let you guys know for birth control. All right. When women take birth control, there are massive side effects to birth control. I mean, the birth control side effects are enormous. All right. So just consider the fact that the birth control that women take, they're trying to kill one egg. All right. One. They're trying to, the birth control is trying to get that one egg to not populate. Right. And what it is it confuses the body to believe that the body's already pregnant. All right. So listen, it's just me. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on YouTube. But the body confuses the woman that it's pregnant already. And the side effects are enormous. I would just imagine the side effects of trying to imagine that killing off millions of sperm. Millions. All right. Imagine just the side effects of killing off one egg. What about killing off 1 million sperm? I mean, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. All right. I would never do it. But, you know, you do you. You do you, ass nigga. All right. I don't know. You really, and I can't imagine the amount of estrogen pumping through these so-called, I don't even know what they call it, birth control. These men are going to be walking around here with hips like women. Kevin W says, thanks for coming back. I could only watch reruns of Yu-Gi-Oh! 8 for so long, although it was entertaining, more entertaining than watching Ninja's beef. All right. Shout out to you. Thank you, Kevin. Watching Ninja's beef on the internet seems to be the when people are bored, they like drama. They don't like information or truth. They certainly don't like that. All right. Better than that. Shout out to No Government Name. Ginga CGA. Can you explain why Mitches in the gay manosphere are obsessed with genuine burning desire? It's the most incel-ish I've ever heard in my life. Rolling on the floor. A new addition to your saying, he says, men are the last to know and accept. They're out here. They're out here. But the genuine burning desire, I mean, they just don't know. These are men that just don't know. Most relationships, most men who were with women, there was very little genuine burning desire. Certainly if you get married, genuine burning desire will be out the door. So, yeah, I mean, I like it to understand. Like, I think, I don't know what it is. Maybe they want to hear a woman squeal and scream. All right. I don't know, man. Y'all ain't got enough meat to make a woman genuinely burning desire you. But I think dating coaches were the ones. As you know, for me, I think dating coaches are nerds and geeks. I have very little respect for most dating coaches. Like 90% of dating coaches that I see are just geeks and nerds. I just be like cringy. And there's very few of them I respect. And that genuine burning desire came from these nerds and geeks called dating coaches. All right, pickup artists. These are very much geeky males, bookworms that try to define everything you do in terms of dating in a very geeky and nerdy way. And those are the men who came up with these phrases about a woman genuinely burning, desiring you. All right, because nerds and geeks have very little opportunities to do so. So this was something that they pushed forward. Pickup artistry. All right, pickup artistry. Yeah, dweebs. All right, dweebs. Most pickup artists are dweebs and geeks. And there's nothing wrong with being a dweeb and a geek. But when you act like you're a punk rocker and you're a cool Metallica band member and you're a cool member of a hip hop group, or you're super like Justin Wallery, kind of just cringy, you know what I mean? Kind of just like cringe, nigga, when you see the nigga. All right, you look at the nigga and be like, cringy, you know what I mean? Just doing too much with your stiff penguin suit on, walking around with your tight ass suit. You know, you just be like, but, you know, nerds and geeks, you know, they attract incels, nerds and geeks that watch them, you know, wanting to be cool like them. Oh, look at him. He looks like a James Bond ass nigga, you know, just. But shout out to the dweebs, the nerds and the geeks and all of the pickup artists of the world. You can never be me, you know. New and the funny thing is, every now and then those dweeb ass pickup artists will come in here and comment on CGA, all right, with their faux hawk on their head. 40-year-old man with a faux hawk. You're just looking at him like, I bet you pull no bitches. All right, I can tell you. I know when you go out, you repel bitches. All right, and I've challenged them. Come to Las Vegas. Come to Newport Beach. Come to my turf, an area of my domains, and let's see how you work. I'll record you. I'll pay you $10,000. I'll fly you out like the women that I fly out. I'll fly you out, put you up in a hotel. As long as I get to record you live, getting rejected and smoked over here in Las Vegas. Okay. Getting ran out, motherfucking the Encore Day Club. All right. Getting ran out. Now, pop up a video of CGA at a day club. All right. You don't have to look very far. And it ain't even a damn manufactured video. All right. It was definitely impromptu. Pull up a video of CGA at a day club. And then let's pull up a video of you at a day club, nigga. All right. All right. And see what happens. Okay. See what happens, my brothers. All right. Shit is just whack. All right. And niggas ain't gonna have no section or nothing. Oh, CGA at a day club. All right. With a little bird seed. Okay. And now pull up a video of you at a day club. All right. Here we go right here. That's CGA at Encore right there. I know that's a one-off. All right. But listen, I just can't have everybody recording me and shit. Let's see what you doing. Let's see you out here with your faux hawk and your tight suit and see what you doing out here with the bitches. All right. Let's see what we doing. It is what it is. These dweeb ass niggas. All right. Sitting around somewhere in Edmonton, Canada, talking about game. This shit is just crazy. This is crazy ass niggas. All right. Getting ran out of Japan, hitting bitches over the head with bottles and shit, you know, like crazy. Getting on boats and only dancing with men. All right. Playing the Hall Hitler song. Like they're in nightclubs and playing the Hall Hitler. All right. It's like, what in the world? What in the world? Dweebs, real life dweebs, sitting somewhere in a cabin in Reno, Nevada, just dweebing out. You know, some of these guys, I respect some of these guys, CGA. Chill. Shout out to HT Processing. He says tithings to CGA. These dudes, man, look like bitch ass niggas. Shout out to you, these baby males. Broke niggas. Where's my broke nigga song? Right here.
Broke nigga alert. 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 Broke nigga alert.
All right, broke nigga alert. I used to be broke. And I knew I was broke. I acted broke. I was like, yeah, I'm a broke nigga. You know what I mean? But, you know, I didn't be mad. These hoes only want money. I know what they want. I know what they want. Let's check over on PayPal before we get into this show. The PayPal is in the building. Effectively, we have some PayPals. Nope, not yet. All right, so we're going to get ready to kick the show off. We're going to get into it, man. It's time to give you some of the bad news first. We'll give you the bad news first, and we'll continue to matriculate the ball downfield. We got Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the New World Order. Now, I want you to remember this. If you didn't watch this part of the stream, you're going to see in the main event, we're going to connect this dots. We got some bad news here on the employment front. This is going to affect men mostly because this is how it's working here. AI is slashing away at jobs. Let's take a look at this. According to some new data here by the Workers Adjustment and Retraining Notification filing called WARN, corporations have to show notice to warn that they're going to start layoff proceedings. All right. And as you guys know, at the end of the summer, usually at the end of the summer, going into the fall and the holiday season, the layoffs are going to start ramping up. The companies are going to start looking at their quarterly reports and start trimming the fat. They're going to start looking at where they can make some cuts, where they can save some Skrilla, if you will. And they're going to start making the chops. So if you have a job and you think it's stable, well, going into fall and the winter, that's when you start getting the hatchet job. All right. And you start having to look for work. And so let's take a look at some of the companies in the latest filing here that are going to be laying off employees in the year of our Lord, 2026 of August. We just started August. So that means, yes, if you work for any of these companies, let's take a look. You might be on the layoff track. All right, here we go. Let's scroll down here and give you the list. All right, right now, the following companies have warned track layoff schedule to take effect in August. We have the Prairie Farms Dairy, right? The Elite Comfort Solutions. It sounds like, I don't even know what that is. NBC Universal. All right, we know. They might as well put ESPN on this one. We saw them laying off Negroes live on television. Red Lobster, not a surprise. That company is in, the company's really, Anyway, a couple of notable names here. Amazon. We don't know what departments. Amazon. We have Brand Effects. FedEx. You're gone.
New world order.
Levi Strauss. Do people still wear Levi jeans? All right, maybe in certain municipalities. And Walmart, amongst other companies that, amongst other companies that were on the list. And it says retail giant Walmart has several California warn notices scheduled for August 21st. Hold on to your hats. Affecting workers in San Bruno and multiple Sunnyvale locations. The layoff filings range from one worker to dozens per site, with San Bruno filing affecting 88 employees and several Sunnyvale notices affecting between 49 and 68 workers. All right, so there you go right there. And, as you can see, one of the things I've warned young men about is the idea of working in the corporations. We want you to definitely be gainfully employed, but we want you to have both oars in the water. We don't want you depending on one particular income. We want you to really focus on getting to the multiple income stream. So that means when you're working for these corporations, you do need to make time. Although it is very difficult to make time, you do need to make time for a second income. And that second income could be a multiple of incomes. All right. You don't have to do social media, but there can be a lot of things you can do. And we talk about this quite a bit on the money mindset. You need to be prepared. The days are gone, specifically with men. The days are gone where you could depend on one income. All right. One income, a stable job from one corporation. All right. These corporations will lay your monkey ass off, and no particular role is protected. The C-suites aren't protected. Neither are the people in the mailroom and the warehouses. You're not protected. So that means you always need to be focusing on bossing up. All right. You get a job, you could get laid off within months. All right. So you need to always figure this out. Never get too comfortable out here. Even in my position, I need to be focusing on multiple streams of income and revenue just in case. All right. Or else I'll be working at Popeyes. Doom and Gloom CGA goes on. Check this out. Who wants to buy a house? Whoever thinks they're going to buy a house, whoever thinks they're going to buy a house and pay that house off. All right. The statistics are dismal as to the amount of people who actually buy a house and pay it off within the 30-year mortgage. And as you guys know, I told you, most of you guys, specifically the way the trends are tracking, are never going to own a home. All right. Because most of you guys possibly going to own a home by the time you're 30 or 40. The way that the Gen Z men are living with their parents, moving back in with their parents, is going to be very difficult for you to actually have an income to sustain yourself over 30 years to pay off that house, unless you pay it off in 10 to 15 years, which is highly possible. But let's take a look at this particular data that just was released related to the mortgage. And as I told you several years ago, and you guys have learned this now because you got internet, mortgage means death contract. a contract till death, or it might cause your death. All right, it might cause your death in this case. All right, I don't know if people have planned to do this, but 31% of American homeowners, according to this report, over the age of 80 still have a mortgage. All right, still have a mortgage.
Oh, the humanity.
Okay, 80 years old. Okay, 31%. Now that is unbelievable. That means they're probably never going to pay their house off. They're going to die before they pay that house off. Obviously, they're not going to, maybe they'll want to sell that house and die with it. They're definitely not going to pass that house on in terms of passing that on to their sons and daughters. Shit, they're 80. Their sons and daughters are 60. They don't want to be passed on that home. They're going to try to sell that home too, possibly more than likely for a loss if money is still owed on that house. Now, let's take a look at this here. You're 80 years old, paying off a mortgage. All right. Nearly 1/3 of Americans who are homeowners age 80 and older are still carrying a mortgage. All right, guys, I hear people that are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s talking about buying a house. And I'm like, what in the world? Why? I mean, I get it, but like, they're not buying a house as a real estate deal, not as an investment. They're trying to like buy a house to kind of fulfill that destiny of like, I finally want to buy a house. Like, bro, you're going to sign a 30-year contract, all right, at 60, 70, 80? Why? You're going to then refinance the house? Why put yourself through that? Why? Just, it's good. You're good. You're good. Don't buy a house. Okay. But, you know, people want to feel like they're successful and buy a house. That is always for the boomers and the Gen Xers and the silent generation. That has always been like the staple. I own this house. Well, you don't own the house. Clearly you don't. The bank owns the house. Unless you're going to buy it outright, the bank owns the house. You own the bank title with the bank and you. All right. You don't own the house. Okay. Yeah. Good Lord. But it says, right, who wants to be 80 or 90? You're not going to have a job. You're going to be a Walmart greeter and not going to be able to pay the mortgage. Then you're going to have to refinance, reverse mortgage this shit. Like, you know, you just can't help people. You just can't help people. They just want to do what they want to do. Okay. And it says right here, you're over here, 1/3 of Americans, homeowner age 80 and older, still carry a mortgage debt, according to the figures highlighted in the July 2026 report for the Visa Business and Economic Insights. The underlying Harvard housing data shows that the share rose sharply from just 3% in 1989 to 31% in 2022. So when people say, Coach, well, what's the problem with that? That's a new trend. Okay, that's a new trend. Most people by this age normally have paid off their house. Okay. They normally have got to the point where they bought the house, they paid it off. They're not carrying a mortgage. People didn't have the life expectancy, the functionality of living. So they knew it was probably a good idea to buy a house and have it paid off by the time they were 50. And we're going to see this trend of people starting life later, which I think is crazy to me. I get it, but people are starting off the life later and having babies later and getting married later. And, then you're going to be in this situation. Buying a house at 60, trying to pay it off by 90, getting laid off at Walmart. Like, all right. So the trend has been 3%. Only 3% of people past 80 were paying a mortgage down. Now it's 31% and by 2022. Median mortgage debt amongst those older homeowners also increased from about $9,000 to $79,000 after adjusting for inflation. The trend does not necessarily mean every borrower is struggling. Some may have refinanced, as someone said in the chat, at a lower rate or borrowed against home equity, aka a HELOC. All right. And so they got a second mortgage or a HELOC in order to what? Rustle up some cash, which they remove equity. So you have equity in a home. You're 80. You're in financial trouble. You're in credit card debt. You need a little money. You want to pay down your grandkids' college education. You borrow against the equity in your house at 80, 70, Bro. Oh my God. You work 10, 20 years to build this equity. You borrow against it in your late 60s, 70s, and 80s. Ring the bell. Ringeth the motherfucking bell. I swear, Lou, I have to let you people do what you do and just stay out of the mucky ficky way. I'm out of here. I'm staying out of the way. You do you, I do me, and never question what I do. Okay. Never question what I do. But I see this shit and I just shaketh my head. But of course, people need to do what they got to do here. And it says, however, Visa reports that older homeowners with mortgages are considerably more likely to face housing affordability pressure than seniors who own their home outright. Okay, hold on for a second. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. What? Okay. You own your home outright, aka you're only paying property tax. Yeah, you're going to be least likely to face housing affordability pressure. Fine, right. Yeah, because you get laid off your job at 72. Of course. All right. Yeah. And you can't pay your mortgage off. Sure. Common sense. Oh, my Lordy. Take care of yourself, gentlemen. Take care of yourself. All right. Just that's all I'm saying. This is just warnings. It's a warning. I need the beeper sound from like the Biggie song Warning. Like sometimes I just look and go, what are we doing as a society? What are we doing as a society? It's really a selfish society that we're living in. And I'm one of the most selfish people in the New World Order here. All right. Anyway, check this story out right here. Check the story out. Affordability in America. By the way, if you're just watching me and you're new to me, these are all things I warned you about. All right. Press 1 in the chat if you know that I warned you we were heading down this track. We were trending towards this. And as CGA said, by the year 2032, you're going to have a wake up call. All right. Now, I heard another content creator, male content creator, he done moved it up to 2030. All right. Now they trying to beat CGA to the punch. Okay. But I told you, you buckle your seatbelt. This shit is going to be an interesting fucking ride. All right. We're going to have the fall of you people. I mean, it's just people are just doing things really for their own selfish pleasures. And I'm like, what are you doing? And they think it sounds good. You're going to hear this later of women saying it's better to have kids in 40s than at 19. Bro, send it. As we used to say, man, Putin, line that shit up, bro. Really? It's better to be 65 at a high school graduation. That's what y'all going with. And then as soon as your kids walk across the stage and they go to college, you fucking croak and divorce. Like, like, what are we doing? Hey, man, line it up. Now this, all right, which people say, what's wrong with this, CG? I've been telling you what's wrong with it. Some of you guys still don't see what's wrong with it. And I'm like, hey, if you can't see it, it ain't my fault. Fuck it. All right. But this says right here, rising prices and affordability issues are forcing more young adults to move back in with their parents. Bye-bye. All right, let's hear this story here.
34-year-old Carly Goodrow appears to be in great shape physically, but financially, it's been a struggle.
This one is just super relatable.
The business coach and content creator has been documenting ups and downs.
I am 34 years old. I just moved back in with my parents for a few months.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
Gentlemen, everything but find a husband. And you guys, these are your ecclesiastical future wives right here. They'll do everything but find a husband. Now, I'm not encouraging people to marry. I'm not anti-marriage. But they'll do everything but find a husband. They'll do social media. They'll do a job. They'll move back in with their parents. They'll go broke. They'll get bankrupt and finance. They'll fuck around and travel and go to Paris and all of that shit. They'll do all this shit right here.
I've flown myself to Paris. I've done Greece. I've island hopped. I've done all of that.
She's a business coach, but moving back in with her parents. What business does she run? All right. And so now, instead of settling down, because she's going to want to date and settle down and date intentionally, of course. But after getting now move back in with their parents, bruh. And you know she got a dog. You know she moving the dog in. I guarantee you there's a dog. I'll guarantee you, or a cat. Give it some time. I guarantee you she's going to show a dog or a cat. And of course, they'll be fit and they'll have their body right and they'll have everything and they'll be, posting on social media. They'll go on vacations and trips. Of course, they'll sugar baby. She probably sugar babies and shit like that. Okay. But, oh, there it is. My 2 dogs. She has 2 dogs. Yep, for sure. Moved in with my parents with 2 dogs. 34. Bro. There it is. There it is. So they'll do everything but have a husband and have kids. And then at 42, IVF fertilization. Marry me. All right. Now it's the That's You guy coming up.
And that's
I done told you, brothers. I done told you that we're trending towards this. And this girl is seemingly she has no problems, but, stunning adolescence, stubbornness. These are the people y'all supposed to be dating. Imagine you're in your 30s. You're supposed to be dating this woman. She got 2 dogs. She's a bankrupt business owner, coach, living with her parents. Okay, good luck. And you need to spoil me. You need to take me out. You need to pay for the first 2 dates. Okay, so here we go right here. Let's play the rest of the video.
With my 2 golden retrievers.
Oh, I didn't even let it finish. You guys were ahead of me. 2 golden retrievers. Remember when I used to tell you need to invest in Purina? Now, Purina is owned by a bigger company. I believe the P&G Corporation, if I'm not mistaken. This was me in 2018, 2019. Invest in Purina. You're good, man. It's cooked. All right. Let's hear what the rest of this shit gonna say right here. Let's see here. Okay. Where's the video at? Put the video back up. Let's see what 2 golden retrievers.
So this is the room.
Nestle.
This is the room.
And then this is the workspace.
This is my office. It looks terrible right now.
When you think about what you imagined for your life at 34, was it this?
No.
Of course not. Look at this, bro. And white women are crazy. You know what I mean? Like once a white woman gets to like 34, she get loopy. All right, loopy. I don't know what happens to white women. They're good golden years of 16 to 29. All right. Once a white woman hit 30 and mid 30s, they gone. All right. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the mental health meds or the depression or the fact that they never really want to grow up. Princess treatment, daddy's little princess, daddy little girl. White women be out here loopy as hell by the time they hit mid 30s. They almost as good as nothing. All right. But they are great when they're in their 20s. All right. Once they hit 30, mid 30, 40, they gonzo. Then the Kaylee's turn to Karens. Kaylee's turn to Karens. All right. So let's continue here.
Definitely not. What are you doing?
Before moving back home, Carly says she was living with her boyfriend in South Carolina on a $60,000 a year salary. But after they broke up, she couldn't afford to pay rent alone.
There it is right there. So she moved in. Not a surprise. Of course, she moved in. The women are going to see that's why you never depend on a man. Well, she can't depend on $60,000 either. Now, let's just reframe this for a second and not think about the woman, not think about divorce, and not think about marriage. Let's think about this. And I warned you, you guys want to have kids. Remember the legacy stuff that I used to laugh at you about? You guys want to have kids. Imagine you work so hard to raise your kids. And I know people are going to say, I don't mind my kids moving back. You go for it. Knock yourself out. But you work so hard only for you to finally get your kids out of the house and think you're going to retire and repair your marriage and travel. And here come your fucking kids, bro. Here they come. Here they come back, sitting on the couch, right there in a depression hoodie. She got her depression outfit on. All right, this is a depression outfit. Anytime you see women dressed like this, and don't say because it's cold in the house. No, that's a depression suit. All right, they're covered in a blanket, in their pajamas all day on a Saturday, on a Monday, looking for a job on the internet, doom scrolling TikTok. All right, in a hoodie. That's a depression suit. Sitting with their therapy dog. All right, that's a depression suit. Trust me, I've seen plenty of women run around with their depression suit. All right, that's a signs of depression. All right, anytime you see a woman dressed like that. All right, if the signs of not depression would be her in some booty shorts and a tank top with no bra. All right, titties just swinging. You send me swinging, titties out swinging. All right, feet out and shit. All right. That's a non-depression suit. All right. But a depression suit, hoodie, blanket, dog sitting next to you on the couch. All right. And I'm here to educate you guys. I'm not here to shit on people. I'm here to make you look at the world as you properly should. All right. This is a depressed woman. Let's continue here.
To be able to afford that on top of like your student loans, a car payment, it's really hard to function off of anything, I believe. Like
student loans. What did I tell you, brothers, man? Look, I wrote the book on this, De-Evolution. De-Evolution. I done told you them student loans is kicking their ass. And no, 60K ain't gonna be able to pay off that student loan. Look at my book, The Debt Demons. Where's my book? A genius once wrote. Is that chapter 12? All right, let me see if I know my book well. This might be chapter 11, chapter 12. Okay. Yep, chapter 12. Debt Demons. Student loan broke. Sure, she got a job and makes some money, but she in severe debt. All right, which makes her unmarriageable. It's going to make it that the debt is going to take the priority, not relationships. And guess what? At 35, she's dumping that tragic life, not on a man. She's dumping that on their parents. Now, this is more common than you know. Even the news is covering this. And this is also more common to people who are, this is what I would say she's at the tail end of marriageable age. But in our world, they will convince you that she still has some life left. Oh, she's early. She's still young. Okay. Y'all can go with that if you want. Okay. But it says more younger adults moving back in. I mean, this is a tragic tale of the direction that we're headed. And it's affecting all classes of all races, of both genders. Okay.
less than 85K.
According to Realtor.com, a record.
She say 85K of debt, 85K of debt. Somebody says, what's the name of the book? All right, help a brother out. Help your boy out. What's the name of the book? All right, geez. All right. The name of the book is De-Evolution. Right there. I have 3 books. All right, 2 books, 2 full books. De-Evolution, Feminism's Reverse Engineering of American Women. And we're seeing this. This should be no surprise to you if you've been watching me. Let's hear this. Staying home, 25.2 million. Ugh.
For 25.2 million adults under 35 were living with their parents in 2025.
Woo! Ring the bell. All right, goodness gracious. Under 35. Guys, at 35, I had 2 kids in a house getting divorced. I was about to get divorced by 36. We're 35, 25 million living at home. I mean, we're in trouble. We're in massive amount of trouble. Woof.
That's more than any point on record, including the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, this is a big, bro. What's wrong with that? It's more than any point, any amount in record recorded United States history. What's wrong with that? It's the highest amount in any point in recorded history of the United States. Even at the so-called, so some people are going to say, well, people used to live at home back in the day. Not even, right? Not even. Those numbers don't match. This is worse. You're in a worse situation than ever. Okay, this is not good.
Peak.
Society as a whole has to respond.
Wharton School of Business professor Susan Wachter has been studying this trend.
Yeah.
It's affordability across the board. It's not just price of the home and the mortgage.
You ready to me?
Carly's parents say they welcome the full house. 4 adults, 4 dogs.
What? Wait. Oh, no. So the son lives at home too? Okay, yeah, we cooked. So the son lives at home too. There's the son. This is tragic. This is a tragedy. This is a tragedy. All right, across the board. And people are going to say the economy. Guys, the economy is a result of a variety of things. But what you have to do is, I warned you about the economic conditions that are causing this and that are you have to look out for to prepare yourself for this, right? But I'm saying people don't want to do the work. They want to have work-life balance. And they think they're going to remember work-life balance, and I poo-pooed it. I was like, man, there's no such thing. Coach, man, it's important to have work-life balance. Okay, you're laid the fuck off. All right, you got some balance now. Here's your life balance. You're laid off. How about that? Right? You think you're going to work for a corporation, they're just going to give you time off? All right, I need more PTO. How about laid the fuck off? How about laid, LYO, laid off? PTO. They could go sit the fuck down. All right, go sit down. How about AI and PTO? So people are asking for society to adjust to their lethargic lack of urgency, as I call it, a lack of urgency. And they want society to revolve around that. I'll say good luck. All right. And then when society doesn't wrap around that, then they are like, well, we need to find a response to this. Okay, well, you can't provide a response to people's lack of agency and their lack of the ability to see that, their lack of urgency. All right, you have to realize these are your years. Okay, we want to reject hustle culture. Okay, go ahead. Okay, you're laid off. The fuck? Go move in with your parents. Hustle culture is not going away. All right, we reject hustle culture. Okay, sit on the couch in your depression suit, bitch nigga. Like what? Okay, now I know it's harsh. I know you think it's unfair, but boss the fuck up. The world don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about any of those things that you come up with, thinking that you deserve to have avocado toast and to have extended PTO and 3 weeks of vacation and one income and a work-life balance and be able to travel and have a girlfriend and fuck who you want to, and 2 dogs. Why did they have 2 dogs and you don't have no money? I mean, I don't get it, bro. And why don't these people have families, bro? This is crazy.
Crossing paths once again.
Flatbacks. Look at them soggy cakes. Golly. Oh, my Lord Jesus. Like, come on. These Cinnabons got to be. Ooh, Lord. That's painful right there. Let's continue.
It was so funny.
Now, Kyle, Carly's brother, was already living at home. He's 33. This
33 living at home.
This happening before his sister moved in, but we've got some good news to report.
Here we go.
Carly said after being able to save up enough money, she will be comfortably moving out in November. The key word there, comfortably. She has
all right, so she comfortably moved out. All right.
Enough money.
Fantastic. I'm sure her parents will be happy about that as well, maybe.
Exactly. No, sir. The parents were fine with moving in. That's what they said. I think that's cope. All right, but that's our trending. That's the direction we're going. Good luck out here. Buckle up your seatbelt. Again, apparently she got her money up, and I'm pretty sure she got a sugar daddy, all right, that has sponsored her. All right, I'm pretty sure it was Get 'em Daddy season. She jumped on multiple of them websites, and she got busy. All right, where's my Get 'em Daddy button out here? I'm pretty sure her sugar daddy got her an allowance. Anyway, that's Doom and Gloom CGA. And I'm going to tell you, nothing is going to get you rich overnight. Okay, you're going to have to build this particular wealth. So with that being said, I'm going to put this up here. Non-disclosure agreement. He says that has to be at least $5K in equipment, allegedly. Yes. Don't invest in your show. Your show will suffer.
When I hit 300,000, of course, I was listening to you. If you train your mind and you apply and you actually study and level yourself up, oh yeah, you're going to get the money. But you have to be dedicated.
You need multiple streams of income. This is a non-negotiable at this point. If you only have one income, if you lose that income, now where are you?
Never had an emergency fund. Never. Because if you have the ability to save money in excess of your needs, then that money should be multiplying for you.
What we do is we help with unified systems, your brand system, your web system, your data, and your operations.
If you get into a situation where you were going to take a shortcut, this is when you're going to get scammed.
Like you apply to a job and a day later, you got a rejection letter. Nobody read your resume. The AI rejected your resume.
I have my cameras down here so that it's always behind everything else.
One of the things that we definitely want to practice in picking these stocks kind of you definitely want to exercise patience. So if you're doing diligence on a stock and you don't have to buy it at that particular point in price.
Money mindset. Patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. The money mindset is going elite next month. So you want to join in now to get the benefits that the grandfather group has got in there. Once we hit the elite level next month, those benefits will go away. And so you want to be grandfathered in. You want to click the link and get to the money mindset level. There might be a few seats open at the $50 level. If not, you're at the $100 level. But at that particular point, we're going elite. Some of those benefits are going to move away and only be extended to the grandfather group and the elite members, which is access to the past live streams. All right. From the elite level, you're going to have several months to get access to all the live streams. So those benefits are going to change. So I'm going to give you a little bit of sense of urgency to get involved in the money mindset now. All right. Patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. We do content creation 2 times a week, focused streams, webinars on Sunday night. And then we also do financial, money related, boss up techniques, entrepreneur advice, investment techniques, investment styles on 2 times a month as well on Sunday night. Get involved. Patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. The link is in the live chat and the description box below. Now, let me get to some super chats. This is an important chat. And now, if you've been with me since the COVID era, you're going to realize how important this chat is. This chat comes from our brother George. Says, Coach, take another victory lap for being 100% right on the poke. You said unpoked sperm will come at a premium. Give your take on Fauci. So shout out to you. If you were with me during the COVID years, press 1. I was very vocal about what was going on at that particular time. And a lot of the things that I had talked about going into COVID has started to take place relatively fast. In fact, the book that I wrote, The Evolution, some of the things that I said would take place in the next 5 to 15 years actually got sped up to the 2 to 3 years. All right. And I said, wow, this is incredible. Well, here's the deal. I believe I lost the Instagram account based on my take on the COVID. I was very critical on Instagram, and I lost that account. All right. It had 30,000 followers. I also think around this time I was demonetized on YouTube because I was also very vocal about it on YouTube. Now, during this time, you could not speak the things that I was saying on YouTube or Instagram about the COVID. Like, you can even say COVID. That was during the Biden administration, in which they were doing very, very CCP type activities to content creators. I since have laid off about this content, about this conversation, because it really didn't matter. I was going to be proven to be right on it at the end of the day. Now, here's the interesting thing. If you look at the amount of people who were able to survive going unvaccinated, it says initial COVID-19 vaccination dose. All right. While current data regarding updated annual boost shows that a much larger majority, 42 to 77%, have never received the most recent recommended seasonal shot. Now, I'm one of the 15%. All right. I'm one of the 15%. I did not fall for the hype. I didn't fall for the idea that people were dropping dead like flies from this particular thing. And it was a mass. I looked at it and said, these people were dying because they had some comorbidities and they were unhealthy. And I said, this is the boomer remover. All right. This is simply the boomer remover. All right. These are unhealthy people that probably had some other issues that then when you have it in conjunction with what was going on, they were dropping dead and we were not getting the accurate numbers. And I was talking about it in detail. And around this time I did get them demonetized. All right. So with this being said, I did not trust what was going on. I was very vocal about it. I definitely was affected with my business related to this, but I did tell you that this is much to do about nothing. Really, it was much to do about the election. And, they forced you guys into doing and complying to some ridiculous standards in order to mail in ballots to get Joe Biden elected. And it was very successful. You cannot deny it at this point. Then once I was overseas this past couple of weeks, I assumed that Dr. Fauci went ahead and was testifying in front of the Senate and took the Fifth Amendment 177 plus times, which is absolutely ridiculous. And it was on course with what I thought. He got a pardon from Biden as Biden left the office, so he could never be prosecuted for these crimes associated with this. And I said, this is a joke. I stopped talking about it in and around 2023 because it was just useless. It was talking to the sheeple. As you can see, only 15% had their fucking wits, right, to know that, yo, what the fuck? All right, I'm not even gonna fall. But that's depressing that only 15% had their fucking wits to realize to not panic. You know what I mean? Not panic, realize what was going on, and keep their fucking head on their shoulders. All right, 15% of the U.S. population, which I think is a disgrace. We actually had an amnesty next to this. We had an amnesty coming out of that once Biden left the office. Hell, let's let bygones be bygones. Don't worry about it. Let's forget it and put it in the past. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. But I would say for me, I said coming out of this, or when we were going into it, I said, I will never trust people again. I will never trust people again based on the hype and the hoopla surrounding this issue. And you wonder why. And people have a short memory, but I don't. I told you during this time, I ain't gonna have a short memory. I'm gonna hold you people accountable for this. And why you wonder why I never trust people again, this right here, that one event removed almost all trust in the American people that I will ever have ever a fucking again. And if I bring that up, people are going to be like, well, it wasn't that big of a deal. Oh, yes, it was, based on how I was treated. I lost monetization. I was the platform. People called me granny killers and all kind of names. People wish death upon me. I hope you die. I'm never going to forget. I'm never going to put trust in people again based on how you fucking people acted, how you ruined people's businesses and lives based on this shit. And we look and go 3 years later, look at 3 years later, people you didn't like all of the shit that we were doing, staying 6 feet apart and talking to people through plastic shields and acting like this fucking mask mattered. Look at this. 3 years later, it don't matter. Neither does it matter if you have the COVID shot or not. And then now you look at unvaccinated sperm at a premium. I call that even before there was a vaccination. So for me, I look at it as, bro, I can't look at people seriously in the fucking face when you were acting the way you were acting. You were seeing your grandkids through the fucking, or you were visiting your grandma and you were waving through the window and shit with your grandkids. Look at our grandkids missing people's funerals. Look at these Gen Z kids. Their lives completely ruined because they didn't get to go through their first day of 7th grade, their first day of 9th grade, their first prom, their first homecoming, their first entry into college. They lost all of this shit. They lost all of it. And I'm critical of Gen Z, but if you look at what we did to Gen Z, made them sit in the fucking classroom in their room on Zoom calls. Their attention span is short, but you think they're going to sit through Zoom call school for 6-8 hours a day? Absolutely trash what we did to people. So I'm never going to forgive the people. I got a chip on my shoulder about it. And if you have a problem with it, you could go fuck yourself. But I'm never going to trust people again based on this shit. All that hype was for nothing but the election, and it's been proven to be the case. If you jump up there and you do 177 plus pleading the fifth, I got no respect for people at this particular point, and you can go fuck yourself if you have a problem with that. But I saw the way you acted, and I'll never fucking forget it. I'll never forget it for the rest of my lives. All right. And I have a chip on my shoulder about it. I lost millions of dollars based on this shit, based on my take, and I ended up being right. Right. So go fuck yourself at the end of the day. All right. Don't act like bygones would be bygones. It wasn't that big of a deal. You guys were acting like fucking morons, but you acted predictably. And the women acted like idiots. All right. They were so scared. All right. Stay home. Don't get close. I don't want to fucking date. Just people just absolutely pathetic. Pathetic. All right. If it really mattered, you still would be doing the shit. But look at us now. All right. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, man. Somebody said Gen Z will be fine. Look at Gen Z right now. That talking point is always used as a backhand sympathy. It ain't sympathy. Go fuck Gen Z. Fuck you too. By the way, look, Gen Z is in trouble. Gen Z will be fine. We just sat here and showed you that 34%. I mean, what was it? 2.25 million Gen Zers are living with their parents. Gen Z is in trouble. Talking about Gen Z will be fine. You ain't got no social skills. Fuck out of here. Goofball. Gen Z is cooked. You niggas can't even move out your parents' house. Come on. Gen Z is fine. You got social skills. What kind of bot comment is that? Matter of fact, let me go delete your monkey ass off of my show. All right, bitch, nigga. All right, anyway. Don't come in here with that bullshit. Cope. Cope. If you compare Gen Z to Gen X, Gen Z is doomed. This Gen Z is fine. Look at Gen Z today. These Gen Z can't even get no pussy. 60% of the Gen Z ain't fucked a girl yet. Gen Z's testosterone level is in the dumps. Gen Z listens to gay incels getting dating advice. Gen Z, Barron Trump is a Gen Z son of a president taking dating advice from Justin Waller and Andrew Tate. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. You're a 6'9" son of a president. Let me take dating advice from Justin Waller. Okay. So cooked. I have no sympathy neither. Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's my take on that particular situation. And if you're new to me, yeah, go fuck yourself on that. I'm telling you, man. Right here. Somebody says, no government name says, quietly read and listened to your stuff over the years, got to see things coming and react beforehand. You explain the modern landscape. Does anybody disagree with that take? I've explained everything we're doing today. I've explained that it's exactly how it's going to be. Give or take, there's always exceptions to the rule. All right. But everything that you see today, if you're new to me and you haven't seen me, you just started watching me in 2024. Just trust me. I said everything I said it was going to be is almost identical to what I said, give or take. That's why they call me Coach Radamus. Now, when I was saying it, not many people could see it, especially people in the manosphere, dating coaches. They could not see it. They were still saying game and dating coach and mouthpiece, and they were still. But I was saying, bro, look, just watch. And people were like, man, it ain't going to be this way. It's going to be this. And there's going to be Gen Z is going to be Gen Alpha and Gen Z is going to be a revolution to bring traditional marriage and dating back. Conservative values are going to win. Okay. Ecclesiastical marriages. Now, I know it's uncomfortable, the things that I say. Even my mom can't watch me. My mom can't watch me. She checks in every now and then. The things that I say are uncomfortable. They're brash. They're uncomfortable. I'm cocky. I'm arrogant. I have a belief in myself. And it sounds doom and gloom. But what I'm telling you is I see where this is going. I don't have hope that something's going to return back to a normal state, which is our normal. My normal, what it was in 1990, what it was in 2006, it's not coming back. We're trending an opposite direction. And even if you wanted it to come back, even if there was let's say a collective force of people to move the needle back, the circumstances you have economically, politically, socially, those things they're going to be a force that you cannot overcome. Okay. You can't overcome the force because we have an economic system that depends on 2 income households. It almost depends on you having 2 jobs and 2 incomes within even a marriage. You have the social pressures, feminism, progressivism, socialism, a little bit of conservative values, but conservative values, stay-at-home mom doesn't match with the economics. So even if you wanted it, there was a concerted effort for people to bring it backwards. The circumstances that you voted for, the circumstances that were made and decisions that were made for you by the economy, corporations, political forces, you can't push the needle back. So yeah, I want black men and black women to get together. Economically, it doesn't make sense. Socially, it doesn't make sense. You can have a few people, but it doesn't make sense, especially when you have the idea that you have single motherism and coddling men and son husbandry. You have women in their feminism. It just doesn't make for a suitable situation for it to be back. Same thing with Black Lives Matters. You guys don't realize that these government agencies push these groups to give you a plate of something and you decide for it. So yeah, you want the idea of Black Lives Matters, but the group Black Lives Matter were a progressive cultural Marxist group that were designed to eradicate the traditional family. That was one of their core principles. But you missed it because you were worried about stop, hands up, no shoot, and marching and burning down the city during the summer of 2022. You missed it. Or was it 2020, the summer of love? You missed that. That was a core part of their agenda. So they were able to collect money around that and even push that agenda even further, not the agenda to help eradicate police brutality. So it is the case that I've tried to warn you about these things, even in the real time. I said, look, this group is evil. The things that they're collecting money for, they're using it under the guise of to help black men with police brutality, but they're pushing an agenda of cultural Marxism. You're going to miss it. Well, people acted like I was an Uncle Tom, a sellout, and, I was not, I was wrong. And I'm like, okay. So I hate to say, I hate to keep saying I was right, but I am. There's no ecclesiastical marriages. None of that shit is happening. There's no traditionalism. Guys, there's guys that are 34, 35, haven't been married. Some of these niggas have never had a traditional relationship. And there's one guy, I keep bringing him up, and people think I'm dissing him, but the fact that you're 36 and never have had a full-time girlfriend in your life just reeks of exactly what I've been telling you. I mean, starting off having your first girlfriend at 36 is mind-boggling. I mean, I don't know if you know how mind-boggling that is. I mean, and I'm not shitting on him, but these are people giving you advice about relationships and women. And I'm like, we're cooked. Like, there's no way forward. I mean, I've had girlfriends at 16 and 15 and 14 and shit like this. There's no way that if that is the state of where men exist today, we're cooked. And the data shows that 60% of men, that's what the data's showing us. Okay, if that's 60% of men, all I'm going to say is good luck. Good luck. And then y'all was listening to ecclesiastical marriage guy who was married, had several affairs with women, impregnated a woman who was a baby mother to two other men. He impregnated her while married, divorced his wife, married the woman he impregnated that had two kids by two other men. And then y'all championed that guy over me. Ring the bell. That was y'all's fucking king, bruh. Look, I'm out. I'm out. Where y'all at?
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
That was who y'all rode with. And he told you that you can have an ecclesiastical marriage, and y'all took it hook, line, and sinker. It's like,
is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
And then ask him to solve the problems of the black community while he was at it. Bro, as I'm gonna tell you, bro, when I'm gonna tell you I have a chip on my shoulder, I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Y'all took that shit hook, line, and sinker, and then tried to solve the black community's issues while y'all was at it. What do y'all want? What do y'all want from me? What do y'all want from me? There's no fucking way, bruh. There's no way we're in the state we're in, and y'all think it's gonna be fine. Oh my Lord, have mercy on me. Shout out to Government Name for talking about that. Yikes. And he's supposed to bring traditional marriage back, Christian-based marriage. Man, we are fucking cooked. We are cooked. Meaning that when I say we're cooked, It doesn't mean it's over. What I mean is the past is never coming back. Whatever agenda y'all have for bringing a past back is not coming back. All right. We got to have a new order. I keep telling you, when I play the sound effect, we just have a new order. We have a new way of doing things. And what I've found that people are failing to adapt. That's where the problem is. You want to know where the problem is? You're failing to adapt to the new order.
New world order.
For instance, they've given you your marching orders and you're still trying to find out how we can go back to the other orders. Hey, listen, they had a great reset. And I said then, I was like, they're giving you the playbook. Build back better, meaning that there's a new order.
New world order.
They told you what they were doing, and you literally just sat there, and then you want to find, you're trying to find out a way to go backwards to 2019. They told you we're not going back. There's a new order. There's a great reset. There is a build back better.
New world order.
They told you, and you missed it. And I was saying, when people say, well, how do we get back to it? You can't. There's no going back. My favorite film is, my favorite trilogy is Back to the Future, in which they go back and forth trying to repair issues that they fucked up, right? They in 1985, then they go to 2015, ironically, and then they come back to 1885. And then they trying to go back. Oh, we fucked up. We left the book over here. He took the book. And then we got to go back to the previous before he dropped the book off. And then we got to go here. You're going to get shot. I got to go 3 days in the back. That's what y'all trying to do. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get in the fucking DeLorean. And I'm like, no, you're not getting in the DeLorean. There's no DeLorean. There's no time machine. 2019 is not coming back. Larry Bird's not walking through that door. Okay. So you can't go backwards. Any strategy, anybody telling you that they want to go back to something is pandering to you. We're going forward to 2032. We're not going backwards to 2019, 1950, 1960s, 1990. There is no back. We're going forward. So what you see today is the trend. What you see today is what you're going to be building on top of. Now, I don't know what to tell you if you can't understand that that is the basis of my presentation, and it is the basis of my arguments. When people want to debate me or argue against me, it's the basis of my argument. We're not taking anything backwards, and they told you plenty of times that there's no going back. There's a great reset. There's a, what is it? Stay at home. To bust the curve.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Okay. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
All right. So what I'm finding is that people are failing to adjust to the new world. Okay. You have to adjust. Men, you have to adjust to the new dating landscape where women are monetized.
New world order.
As I said. And people poo-pooed it. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, it's just you and you have to trick. And guess what? Now they're trying to get women to admit that they're pseudo prostitutes or full-time prostitutes. And I was like, I told you, adapt.
New world order.
Adapt. Yeah, stay home, stop the spread, flatten the curve. All these things I just thought was a joke. But I thought what I told you was they were resetting the world and they needed you to comply to stay home as they did it. Okay. They basically stopped the world. They sent most of the non-essential people home, stay home and watch Netflix and Kevin Samuels. All right. And stop the world. And they fixed it the way they wanted to fix it. And then they said, oh, we need 2 weeks. Oh, we need 6 weeks. We need 3 months. And then by the time y'all fucking figured it out, y'all start to go back after 6 months like zombies, after 9 to 12 months. Some of y'all took 2 years. Right. Right. All in the while, your grandma died and you didn't get to go to the funeral. You did funeral on Zoom. All right. Tiger King. Yeah. So it's what I'm seeing is the problem. There's a new economy. You're failing to adapt to it. Adapt to the new economy. The new economy suggests that you're going to need 2 jobs to survive. And that's living in Cleveland, fucking Ohio, not New York City, not Los Angeles. If you, by the way, there's more single people living single or living with parents than they are living as couples, dinks, or people with children. All right, more and more people, and it's the trend. What about 60% of women will be childless and single, right, by 30 and 35? I mean, did you miss any of this? What do you think? You're gonna get on Instagram and YouTube and debate to repair this? That's what the joke is to me, is you're using your social media to bring these issues up, acting like you're gonna win a debate and make people switch the ideology. Well, even if they wanted to switch, they cannot. Your economy requires you need 2 jobs to survive in Cleveland. Now think about Los Angeles, New York. You're going to need roommates. You're going to end at 30, 35. There's people that can't afford to even be roommates. They got to move in with their parents. Okay. So that's where we are. My content is built on top of that. Anybody that comes in and try to debate me on any principle of going backwards, I'm going to sound crazy to you and them because I don't have hope. I don't have hope. Remember, hope is a strategy. Hope is not a strategy, I should say. And I've been saying that for years. I got that from Rick Neuheisel, which was very common in business and coaching. And then you saw it in Formula One later on. But hope is not a strategy. You can't hope shit back. You can't wish. And these are the basic principles that I've been telling you for years. Now, I ended up being more right than anybody else, and I stand on that because hope is not a strategy. You can't just hope it goes back and jump on Instagram and debate it goes back and shame people, shame, blame, explain, shame people to go backwards to a world that no longer exists. Anybody tired of me preaching this? Okay. Right. The old prices, yesterday's prices are not today's prices. You guys will come back. Well, there's people that are popular. They will go on these sites, Instagram, and they will post. In 1980, Disneyland tickets were X. In 2026, Disneyland tickets are X. Wake up to the reality, bruh. Inflation never stops. There's no such thing as stopping inflation. Now, is there hyperinflation and stagflation and price gouging? Yes. But whatever the prices were, and I keep saying this to the young people, well, it was easier for you. You're a Gen Xer. Guys, okay, yeah. When I went to the store to get a bag of chips, it was 25 cents. I would get a Snickers bar for 50 cents, a pack of Now Laters from 10 cents. There was penny candy when I was very young. I would go in there and the gas station had penny candy. Yeah, I remember these days. A soda pop was $25, and I've seen it rise to 50 cents, and a Snicker will go up to $1.29. And yeah, all right, that was, yeah, nigga. Okay. We could buy a car for $3,000, $3,500 brand new. Yeah, it was a Ford Fiesta. It wasn't even a Ford Fiesta. It was like not even a Gremlin. It was another car. All right. Yeah, we could buy a car for $3,500 entry level, a Beetle or a Bug, or, we could get a Bug or a car and repair it. Yeah, man, I remember these fucking days. Okay. Okay. It was a Ford Escort. That's what it was. Look it up. Ford Escort. I remember these days, bruh. When I was a kid and I was like 18 or 19 and I was like, I'm going to get my first car, and I will look in the fucking paper and I will see a Ford Escort, $3,500. All right. All I need is $3,500, which was like today. If you got a $3,500, you can spend that shit in 2 minutes. Okay. You can spend $3,500, but $3,500 was a lot of money back in 1992. All right. So I'm looking at it, $3,500. Oh, wow. You know what? I'll work all summer. I'll mow lawns. I'll work in a warehouse. I'll do, you're doing all kind of jobs and hustles and shit. So you can scrape together that $3,500 so you can go to the car lot and they don't say they got one. Oh, we ain't got it. Okay. So with that being said, people were waking up and saying, what were the prices in 2000? Shit, what were the prices in 1990? Hell, what were they in 1970? The prices are never going down. These are the new prices. Have you heard me say that for years? I've been saying that these are the new prices. Who remembers the stream where I literally flabbergasted people showing you what the income of 100K? I was one of the earlier people saying 100K ain't shit. Remember this? This is a long time ago. It seems like a long time ago because I do a lot of content. But when I was saying these things, people were going, man, you crazy. And I was like, look, 100K was worth 300K. Like if you made 100K in 1980, that's worth $340,000 today, a year. And people were like, no. And I had to pull up the fucking cost of living calculator. Right? I had to pull up the cost of living calculator and say, yeah. And I said, in 5 years, 100K ain't gonna be shit. It's gonna be what you would need. You would need $140,000 a year in 5 years to make what 100K meant in 2019. People were going crazy in the comment section. This ain't true. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have an economics degree. And I was just like, bro, we cooked. I was like, we are cooked. People don't know what world they're living in. And then you try to blame Biden and Trump. And guys, it's inflation. Yeah, we had massive inflation because of the stimulus checks and all of the printing of money. That actually further exacerbated the problem, making it so 100K, you're going to need 160K. That made it even worse. And that was because you motherfuckers asked for the stimulus checks. Okay? You asked for it. I didn't ask for it. I told you not to do it. I told you not to do the PPP loan, but you guys kept asking for this shit, and I kept shaking my head. You could go back and watch my streams in real time. I was like, you people are crazy. You voted for this shit. You asked for it, and then now you're trying to figure out where you fucked up or where they messed up. No, it's you. You asked for this shit. Okay, you were voting for it and begging for it and asking for solutions, and the government kept giving you punk ass solutions, and you kept signing off on the back of the check. Okay, don't blame anybody else but yourself. You were looking for temporary patches, and the government kept giving it to you. And I kept saying, stop looking for the government to solve your problems, whether it's conservative or liberal, and you kept doing it. And I kept looking at you like you're crazy. Okay, you guys are crazy as fuck. Oh no, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, just boss up. Okay, we don't need to boss up. Okay, you asked for it. You can't blame Trump. You can't blame Biden. Can't blame the Republicans. Can't blame the Democrats, the corporations, capitalism. It's all your fucking fault. It's your fault. Look within yourself and then act and wake the fuck up. That's my solution. Because you're never changing what Nancy Pelosi does or Trump or Biden or any of these people do. They don't have a solution for you. They have a solution for themselves. They're going to solve the problem of them, not you. They're never going to solve the problem for you. Okay. When they started putting them stimulus checks out, what did they have? All of that pork. It went to this and feminist organization in India. Then it went to the damn Kennedy Foundation and all that. Like 80% of the money didn't go to the people. And y'all signed off on it. You signed a $1,300 check. And 80% of the money went to their friends and government foundations. Who remembers that? Press 1 if you remember that. I was like, what are we doing? Okay. What the hell are you doing? And then fast forward 3 years later, look at what your situation is right now. You did this to yourself. You asked for this shit and you getting it back in droves. Don't complain about nothing, man. You asked for all of this. Now you better solve the problem yourself. The problem is solved by the individual, not the collective. So you individually have to solve the problem for you to survive your own life. Don't solve the problem for the collective, meaning the collective American people, the collective black group, collective women, collective of men. There's no solution if we try to solve it collectively. Each individual have to do what they need to do for their own selves and fuck everybody else. Because everybody else, if you wait for everybody else to get their shit straight so that you can improve your situation, is going to be 40 years later. All right. And I don't got 40 years. I got 5 years, 3 years. I want my life to be better. Fuck everybody else's life. Okay, you want to sit around and move in with your parents? You fucking do it, but I ain't doing it. That's my teachings right here. Now, if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. I mean, that's what I'm going to tell you. But if you wait for the problem to be solved for the group, this ain't a group project. When I die, I'm going in that fucking dirt. I'm taking a dirt nap alone. When I look at my life, I look at my life ain't going to be judged by the group and what the people did for me and what black people did for me and what I did for black people. That's not how my life is going to be judged. That's not how my brain is going to function and look back at my life. My life is going to function what the fuck I did with my life. My life is going to be judged on what I did for me and the people that I brought into this world. That's what my life is going to be judged. With that being said, this ain't a group project. Everybody else can go fuck themselves royally. I'm going to do what's best for me every single time. The individual, fuck everybody else. I don't care if I look like them, if I have the same nationality as them. That's how I teach people how to do shit. Now, if you don't like it and you want to follow another philosophy, you go do it, but don't make me turn to your loser fucking philosophy. You solve your problems on your own. It ain't y'all want the boomers to solve the problem, the Gen X, the Gen Z. Man, it's you by yourself. You're responsible for you. I'm not responsible for the Republicans or the Democrats. So I don't give a fuck about what they doing. And they gonna do what they do anyway, regardless. If I got to wait for 60% of people to think like me to vote to get what I want, that's the wrong way. I ain't doing that shit. I don't got time. All right. I got to teach everybody to see it my way so we can all vote so I can get what I want. Hell no. 8 years down the line, fuck that. All right. All of that. That's the way I teach. And it's brutal. It's against how everybody else teaches. And it doesn't afford me to build a cult on YouTube of millions of people because people can't handle how I teach. People can't handle how I think. People want to change the way I think. I'm 50 years old. I'm too old to change the way I think. The only way I'll change the way I think is if somebody holding a gun to my head. That's it. If somebody holding a gun to my head, then I might think about it. All right. Other than that, trying to tell me something or re-educate me or showing me some facts ain't gonna do shit. Debating me, arguing with me in the comments, trying to enlighten me, it ain't gonna do shit. The only way you can change my mind at this point is to put a gun to my fucking head. That's it. All right. Otherwise, I'm gonna do what I gotta do because I gotta answer to me. And I don't answer to you. So you're just a fucking bot comment to me. Now, who wants to get back to the part of the show where I entertain the motherfucking dorks on the channel that need a segment to act like this is part of the show? Oh, well, go get back on track, coach. I am on track, nigga. Like what? This is the show. This is what you tuned in for. But if you want a segment, I'll give you a fucking segment to keep you back on track, you fucking ADHD bitch ass nigga. All right, here's a segment for the bitch niggas, all right, here, that thinks that I'm off track. All right, here we go.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
For the bitch niggas that need timestamps, here's a timestamp for you. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a woman here on the Caleb Hammer channel talking about her dating philosophy. Here you are, dork. Here's a channel. Here's a video for you to satisfy and pacify you bitch ass ADHD niggas.
What do you do for a living?
I sleep with my sugar daddy for money.
How much did you make?
He sent me like 150, like 200 each time.
That's insane.
Yes, but like I wouldn't do it for money. I more forgot to ask for gas money, and that's why one of my cards got really bad, because I would just be driving around all these different colleges.
Wait, huh? What do you mean driving around these different colleges?
I had Tinder and I drove around to all these different colleges and got myself into bad debt. That's why my mom is paying off all my cards.
Bad debt for how? Why?
I'm not asking for gas money because I would be driving up to an hour.
Why were you driving to different college
for
campuses?
Hookups or
so you were getting railed at different college campuses?
Yes.
There's your daughters, guys. There's your future wives. Obviously, all she has to do is remove the bull nose ring, clean herself up, and then marry one of you guys.
And that's you.
All right, but that's what she was doing. She found a sugar daddy, and then she said the reason why she did was she figured out she can make money from giving up sex as opposed to driving around from college to college campuses, connecting to her Tinder, and hooking up for free, aka monetized dating. So if women give the opportunity to exchange sex for money as opposed to hook up for free, what do? Free will. Okay. Free will.
And for free.
Yeah,
this
basically.
wasn't sugar mommy.
No, I looked at my time and I was just like, man, I could have gotten so much money for just like that, basically.
Right there. I could have got so much more money for laying on my back. Hey, gentlemen, don't at me on this one. Don't at me on this one because they have plenty of things on the websites to facilitate this very thing. Whereas hookup culture led to this, whereas people thought hookup culture will die and we will go back to traditional relationships. What have we seen? I predicted this. Hookup culture led to monetized dating. Okay, it's kind of like the domino effect. So she said, I was hooking up for free, but I didn't realize I had websites that facilitated me making money from hookups. Now, these are one by one scenarios, but you can see how it's spreading. It spreads very rapidly. All right. All you have to do, it just spreads rapidly. You don't see it. This is crazy as hell. So let's continue.
Why should you get money for fun? Weren't you having fun? People hook up in college. That's what college is. Why were you doing it? Come on. Are you like a addict?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of, yeah. So here's the other part of it there that people don't realize. Women have lots of sex in today's world. Men are having less and less sex. Women are having more and more sex. So as a result of this, since they're getting their sexual fun out in their earlier years, not all women, but enough they're able to facilitate this very easily. Then later on, you find scenarios where you have Christian, conservative, tradcons, men who are virgins or near virgins getting their first girlfriend in their mid to late 30s, getting with women like this who clean up their act. All she's going to do is clean her act up. We know what's going to happen. And
that's you.
And then there's going to be some Christian minister conservative going to say, well, that was her past. It doesn't matter anymore. And so forth and so on. We've seen this happen. Okay, my goodness. All right. So don't at me on this one. We have Straggle Sniggle Theater. Okay, Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a guy here that apparently, allegedly, according to this headline, we have a 22-year-old Nigerian man marrying a 56-year-old American former CEO in what I call strange love or 90-day fiance. Let's take a look. Oh no, look at this. Now, this looks like the same guy that was marrying that fat woman yesterday. This looks like the same guy, but of course, catfish of the marketplace. Brother Dim Day going in on them soggy cheeks. All right. And this is where we're talking about today, where he's obviously posing as a Gen Z male. He's not even kissing her on the mouth. She got the damn what was that woman's name? Brigitte Williams. Nah, Brigitte Williams. She was in the Rocky IV. She got the Brigitte Jones. I don't remember what's her name. Anyway, she got the Brigitte Jones haircut going on there. And yeah, there's always hope for white women. White women are never going to hit the wall as long as there's black men and African. Brigitte Nielsen, that's who it is. Bridget Nielsen. So she got the Bridget Nielsen look going on. She probably was alive and rocking when Bridget Nielsen was popular. But look at Flavor Flav. But there he is right here. But of course, the mindset is Gen Z men are becoming the new women, right? A stay-at-home mom. They're living under women. They're actually going under. They have Gen Z women supporting them, Gen X women. And when they find value in this, I find it problematic. I'm like, yeah, I don't want men to be necessarily treated as a utility and force to support. But at the same time, you can't complain about feminism and then completely do this. Right. You can't complain about feminism and completely do this because this is going lock stop into the feminist agenda. OK, falling under the support of women and having women support you. You living as a stay at home boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, this sounds good for a day. This is cool for a day. This is cool for a week. You know, I beat the brakes off of 50-year-old women before, plenty of them when I was in my 30s. Yeah. But wifing them, living under them, having them support you, I think is a major male violation. All right, that's a violation across the board. For the young people who don't know who Bridget Nielsen is, sometimes she was going by Brigitte Nielsen. She ended up on the Flavor Flav shit. Let me see if we can pull up the Rocky IV shit. Rocky IV. If he dies ass bitch. All right, let's pull her up on the screen. She was a very popular actress in the 1980s right here. Kind of an Amazonian. She married Sly Stallone back in the day, Sylvester Stallone. She got the Bridget Nielsen. There she is right there. She was Drago's wife, the Russian Natashka. She was very brutal. But Sylvester Stallone ended up marrying her. He was like, that's a nice piece of punani. And apparently she's a freak. Okay, she's a freak. Let's see Flavor Flav. She ended up on Flavor of Love. Did they have a kid? She's an Amazon. She looked crazy as hell. That was her at like probably 42. Flavor Flav. All right. Shout out to Flav. Yeah, that's a big woman here. I don't even know how tall she is. Standing next to Flav. Let's see what her height is and her damn statistics are. She looks tall, but you know, that's Hollywood. I guess she was in a movie called She's Too Tall. 6'1". Oh yeah, she's a big Amazon. All right, yeah, she's definitely an Amazon. And Sylvester Stallone and Flavor Flav are both, you know, vertically challenged men like myself. All right, 6'1" she's listed as. She was a baddie back in the day. 6'1". All right, they listed as. That's her shoot height. Right there. Yeah, that's a big woman right there. Flavor Flav. All right, anyway. Straggle Sniggle Theater goes on. We have somebody's daughter. What are young women doing out here? We have Rampage Jackson. All right. A stream of Rampage Jackson with somebody's Millie Mouth Muskrat daughter. All right. These are your future wives out here. Let's see what's happening here.
I can give you a little bit. I can give you some ethnicity. I give you a little bit. How old are you? 20. Yeah. I don't want to let me go under 25. Because I could have put some ethnicity in you. I could have put some black in you. I mean, if you don't tell her, I can put a little bit in you.
Am I the same age as her?
No. You're older than my daughter.
She likes that one.
All right. So there it is right there. There's her future wives. Russell, what's his name? Russell Wilson, Andrew Wilson. There's her future wife. He wants to put black in me. By the way, Rampage Jackson, all of 50 years old. She's 21-year-old. And yes, she wants to get folded up like a love letter from the second grade. And she says, yes, she loves black in her. Yes, indeed. Hallelujah. Oh. Say what? Hallelujah. And now one of the things he used, we're going to revisit this later. He used my daughter, who is 25, won't let me have relationships with women who are under the daughter's age. We're going to see how ridiculous that notion is. But of course, she going. All right, she going. She want to have that right there. She said, oh, watch out for white girls. They get a lot of frisky when they get drunk. All right, but there's Millie Mouth Muskrat ready to get smashed and ready to volunteer her services to get throttled. Now, guys are going to normally say, well, who would pay for that? Who would have sex with her? Well, guys, listen, men will have sex with any woman. All right, so any woman can get penetrated. All right, she looks like a plain Jane and basic. All right, let me see here. Is that it with Straggle Sniggle Theater? Okay, that's it. That's Straggle Sniggle Theater. Only 2? All right, so forth.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
All right, do me a favor, man. Give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Check this out. I talked about this earlier. Have you seen the major next distraction for you goofy ass niggas? The D.L. Hughley and the Officer Tatum debate seems to be going feral on Al Gore's internet. But a lot of people think that D.L. Hughley is getting the worst of the debate and Brandon Tatum's winning, obviously, because of how social media dynamics work. That's all just the algorithm, all right? A lot of people think D.L. Hughley is getting the best of Officer Tatum. And in this situation, I'm going to show you why I don't participate in debates, because they really don't move the needle. They don't improve the discussion of the conversation. They just allow for more tribalism. And this is an example. People are making videos and they're getting massive amount of views and they're taking sides. I think I would take the side of Brandon Tatum, but in this situation, take a look. We have Don Lemon. D.L. Hughley humiliates Officer Tatum. We have this one, D.L. Hughley destroys Brandon Tatum with his own videos and words. And of course, it says right here, D.L. Hughley just became Officer Tatum. That's by Angry Man. We have, it looks like Anton Daniel says, Officer Tatum destroys D.L. Hughley. And we have right here, Officer Tatum himself says D.L. Hughley melts down over Officer Tatum in the Nolan Wells case. With that being said, and this one says D.L. Hughley and Nancy Grace just destroyed Officer Tatum. So when you see these things, when, he destroyed him, he humiliated him, he mad, he angry, once you understand how social media works, it's just tribalism at that point. You're going to have some people defend the person who was humiliated because people can have thumbnails and clickbait titles that don't represent the truth. I've been a victim of this. I never perpetrated this onto anyone. I've never said I destroyed a feminist. I destroyed Andrew Wilson. I destroyed and humiliated, what's the brother's name? Hafiz. I don't do this. But how social media works is that they make people believe that somebody's winning and someone's losing. And as you can clearly see, that's not the case. People are going to choose their sides based on who's affiliated with their opinions. Now, you might have an opinion on this, but what I'm saying is this is a distraction. All right, it's a distraction, and it's a distraction based on them using the case of Nolan Wells, which is another distraction. It's another distraction in which I always will tell you, you will never get the right answer. You didn't even get the right answer for Emmett Till until 35, 40 years later. Okay, but it's a distraction because you guys are waiting to get the results like it's a fucking episode of 48 Hours in CSI Miami, and you're never going to get it. And you're going to create all kind of dissension and confusion in a political year in order to do the doings of what political agenda you side with, and then end up complaining about the results you get, because really what's important is not these cases. What's important is what these political people are going to do for you, what they're legit going to do for you, not your emotions related to one case that gets you to vote a certain way. All right. So you're going to continue to fall for this okie doke. You're going to continue to fall for this okie doke. And I'm going to continue to call out your ridiculous nature for falling for these issues and not what issues that really matter. All right. Yes, it gets you some views and clicks, and it might be able to get you to pay your fucking rent as a content creator, which is great content strategy. But I don't do shit like this. I don't fall for it. I don't make video after video after video after video on this one. And you might say, Coach, you would get more views if you do so, but I don't do it. You're basically wasting energy, throwing your energy at some situation, more drama that's never going to solve your personal problems, but you're doing the bidding for the agendas of the other people that are going to get what they want from you because you got emotional about one issue. But good luck for you. I hope you get your answer about Nolan Wells. You won't. You heard it here first. You're not going to get a conclusion to this. Nigga, this is like a cliffhanger. Who shot JR, nigga? All right, we've seen this before. This is a soap opera. You're never going to get your fucking decision. You're going to go in there and pick the case apart and blame this and blame that and look for footage and create your own scenario and bring in these people to further and hype you up, and it ain't gonna get no fucking conclusion. You're never gonna get the final answer. All right. I keep telling you, you wasted your time on this, and they keep gaslighting you during political years, getting you guys all hyped and frustrated. All right. And the media knows this, and they're further gaslighting you to get emotional about these situations that really don't matter in the end of the day. All right. But you do you. You do you, and I'm never gonna get involved with this shit. Coach, man, what do you think about Brandon Tatum and D.L. Hughley? Both of them could go fuck themselves. I don't care about either one of them, to be honest with you. I like Brandon Tatum more than I like D.L. Hughley. That's all I'll say. All right, but I ain't heard one word minced between each other. I haven't checked on it. I haven't looked at it. I see massive amount of thumbnails related to it, but I'm like, what is this shit about? All right. And then I looked it up. They talking about Nolan Wells. No, fuck that. That makes it even worse. That makes it even something I don't want to talk about because I don't even care about the Nolan Wells situation, number one. And number two, it's not going to be what you think. All right. It's not going to be what you think. You guys want to make it a racial issue and it's not. All right. So same thing that happened to that dumb nigga that stabbed that white boy. Y'all thought it was one thing and tried to create a narrative and ended up that nigga getting locked up and he locked up for good. All right. So I knew that was going to be the case. All right. I was like, yeah, he going to get locked up. Well, we wasting our time for, right? Getting me hyped up for this shit. All right. He going to jail. No, he not, coach. It's self-defense. Go watch and see. Okay. Guess what happened? Prison. All right. Well, he going to get out. Oh, okay. Now we got to wait for him to get out and appeal. All right. Let me see. Is that going to happen tomorrow or in 5 fucking years? You think I'm going to waste time watching his appeal case? All right. All right. Don't waste your energy on these things as men. Really focus on what you need to focus on. You're wasting your time. All right. And the content creators are getting you to waste your time thinking about this shit. Anyway, unbelievable. Shout out to Hustle Every Day says, I feel nothing for these educated and entitled people living back with their parents. CS forced me to live back home and forced me to always have 2 and 3 jobs. And that's child support forced him to do so. I'm 40, just getting to the bag after 18 years of bad decisions. Free agent lifestyle for life. I've read all 3 books. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. You're focused on it. Okay. You're focused on it. I've made bad decisions in my life. Not many that I regret. A few I do. But I realized that I had to take it upon myself, like you, to realize you got to work through those mistakes and then repair your life, not depend on anyone else to help you. Not even your family and friends can help you through this. Not even your parents. Okay. I can't help you get through this point in life. But what you can do is make up for the deficits as early as realize the deficits, realize the bad decisions you're making, and then make up for them. But what you're going to have to do is get away from people. Most people cannot help you. Even people that are close from you. You can explain, like, if you've ever been a manager or a supervisor, a boss, you owned a company, and you're telling your employees what you want to carry out for them to see your vision, guys, it is very tough for people to see your vision. It's very tough for you to translate that vision for them to actually be able to do it. This is why hiring good people is important. Managing good people are important that can see the vision. But what happens is people want to see you for who you are and what you are currently. Whereas if you have a vision for yourself, you're telling them, okay, this is the vision though. All right. I know you see me as this, but I want to be here. And you can tell them and they still won't see it. They'll still give you advice on who you are now. Okay. This is you now. And you're like, yeah, but this is who I want to be in 2 or 3 years. Let me give you advice on who you are now. They're never going to see your vision. So you have to do a lot of the work to not depend on people, especially when you have nothing. When you have nothing to leverage, you have to do all of the changing yourself. You have to do it. You can't just bring people in to help you with your vision when you have nothing. You got to actually build up something. And even then, they still have a hard time seeing your vision. And by then, you also have separated yourself enough that they can't even relate to you anymore. So you still have to really carry yourself along the way for a lot of it until you get to the point where other people can help you see your vision. Okay, it is tough. And somebody said marrying people, when you marry someone, male or female, like we're not shooting down wives. Husbands can be in this situation too. When you're married to that person, they can't see your vision either. They can't see your vision either. So you're telling them what we going to do, what we going to build. If it works for them within the context of the relationship, meaning that we're going to buy a house and have a white picket fence and a swimming pool, they can see that. But if they're like, I'm going to start a business and this, and I'm going to, but they can't see that. and I'm going to take the money and invest it, have put an LLC and have a business account. They can't see that. They're not going to see it. They're not going to see the reduction in time that they experience with you. They're not going to see the extra labor and hours that you do is going to be for the benefit of the family and collective. They're not going to see it because they want you. They want you as you are today. They want you as you are when they met you. Okay. They don't want to see you reducing time away from them to pursue that goal that may or may not work. So it's difficult. When you have children, they don't see that, nor are they concerned with it. So you really have to do a lot of it yourself. And we always tell you when you get into relationships, a lot of your payment is going to be in energy, attention, and time, which you cannot dedicate to you redirecting your vision. You won't have time for that. You won't have any time. I know you think you're going to have time with a little relationship and a little spouse and a little girlfriend and a little fiance and picking up girls from bars and hanging out with them. You're going to severely reduce your energy, attention, and your time and not direct it into correcting yourself. So when men say they're getting it for free, I poo-poo on that. That's crazy. There's no way that's free. Opportunity cost. That's opportunity cost. So if you want to do that and you're in the same position you are financially, career-wise, after 3 years of doing that, you paid. That was your payment. You did not move forward in life. You were stagnated. You stayed in the same place in order to pursue and chase pussy. Okay? That was your payment. That's how you paid. Now, you can debate and argue that, but that's the truth. You don't see people rising through the ranks and being ambitious, fornicating and fucking around in bars and nightclubs, picking up girls, trying to not pay for drinks. That's not how you rise through the ranks. Kaylin, not to say it's not fun to do so. Kaylin says, being a man's lone source for sex is demanding, especially if she's going to be pregnant, which is another form of payment. But since women are hell-bent on monogamy, they have to step up more sexually. But the control of sex in relationships only causes more damage for long-term intimacy. Okay, we're going to talk. We can always talk about that. Seems to be an important issue for you. Shout out to you. We have Mr. Russell in the building. He says, salute the coach. Shout out to Jahari in the building again with the support. We appreciate all levels and forms of support. Shout out to Officer Brayon. Says, Coach, at what age did you see strong men start to become lazy and weak? Great question. I do believe, I would say, the age I was, I don't want to make this about generations, but it's easy to demarcate time by generations. Really, the millennials, okay? The millennials. But you can actually point back to some levels of Gen X. I'm pretty sure every generation sees the next generation as something of a weaker version of the watered down version. And then you have the phrase of weak times make, easy times make weak men and so forth and so on. But the millennial culture, it wasn't the men's fault, but what I started to see was a lax parenting. I will always point to the parents of said people who I would criticize. So the parents of the millennials, who you can clearly see were weak, specifically around the Caucasian communities. Okay. These parents ushered in weak sauce. Not keeping scores at games, participation trophies. I started to coach youth sports at this time and college and high school sports. At this time, I was a very young coach. So what tended to happen was the coach would make a decision. The parents didn't like it, and the parents would revolt against the coach. It was never the parents saying the player need to do better. Same thing in teaching. I was a substitute teacher and a part-time a long-term sub at a school district, and the parents could not discipline the kids. All right. But in my generation, if a teacher threatened to call the parents, this was doomsday for the student, where it was opposite by the time I was a young teacher at 21, 22, 23, young coach, whereas if I called a parent as a teacher or a coach, it was doomsday for the teacher or the coach. All right. There was no threat to the kid. That's what I started to see as a young man. And I was like, man, the authority has no authority. Authority has no authority. Okay. So the people in authoritative positions, we see this with law enforcement. I mean, I value good law enforcement, but I also cringe and wonder why people go into law enforcement, because you're going in blind, crippled, and crazy against rule breakers and anarchists and people who have no rebels. You're going in handicapped with one hand tied behind your back with your shoestrings tied together. You have no authority. And then your authorities continue to get weakened by niggas and people who are non-compliant and non-wanting to follow the rules, right? And so you have to make an example of them. And these are the type of niggas that get knees to their necks and then completely be victims. And then now you get less authority. You know, it's just, I just look at it and go, man, we are in a predicament. We're in a predicament where authority has no authority. Look at the authoritative figures that we have today and how we make complete fools of them. Okay. Like, you know, look at how they treat Donald Trump. Look at how they treat Joe Biden. Look at how we treat our authoritative figures. We treat them like clowns or buffoons. Even if you might think they are, we take the people who stand up for something and we shoot them down. Then what we do is we take the people who are cowards and hide and keyboard warriors and we prop them up. He's smart. Look at what he said on a Reddit forum. Look at what he said in an Instagram comment. No name, no icon, no picture. These are the people you celebrate. The nerds, the lames, the geeks, the people who stand up for a principle. Even if you disagree with it, we clown them. We shoot them down. We remove their authority. We declaw them. We take their fangs out. We give them less power. And this is what you do for a person like me. I'm an authority figure for the time you're watching me. You have people completely try to diminish me, and I'm standing up for myself. I'm brave. I'm being brave and expressing my opinion, my philosophy. I've written books. It's not like I just jumped on the internet. I've actually took time to explain thoroughly what my philosophy is for you to understand it. And completely, people come in to not understand. They come in here to distract, to troll, to humiliate. You see what I'm saying? That's the world we're living in. And I believe that started mainly with the hippie culture, the counterculture. You can credit the CIA for this, but they have completely dismantled any level of authority going into the Gen X and into the millennials and certainly the Gen Z. We completely flip shit on its top of its head. Everything's topsy-turvy and upside down. Okay. Okay. The people who stand up and put themselves out there, y'all shoot down, you criticize, you try to humiliate and take their career and demonetize them, to platform them, you try to cancel them. And meanwhile, the people that don't do shit got the most powerful voice on the internet. That's really Marxism and Karl Marx himself. People who do nothing take all the credit for the people who do shit. That's where we are in our society today. And that's why I'll never defend the people. I'll never defend the men. I'll only defend personal me. It's all about me. Go fuck everybody else, because everybody else ain't who I am. Right? Everybody else ain't shit. You cultural Marxists, do nothing motherfuckers who want everything while everybody else does shit for you. Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. 80% of the people get 20% of the motherfucking money. They make 20% of the money. 20% of the people make 80% of the money. Pretty simple. Most of the masses do absolutely motherfucking nothing to this world. You're nothing. You contribute nothing. You're a goddamn consumer parasite. That's what you are. Until you're not, until you choose to be not. And until that point, you're a parasite consumer piece of shit to me until you prove you're not. Just because you got an opinion, everybody got an opinion, like everybody got an asshole, and most people's opinions stink like most people's assholes stink, if not all. With that being said, yeah. Right? People do all this time, spend all this time for you to understand shit, only for them to troll them, and you are no motherfucking parasite at the end of the day. Oxygen chief, thief, ham and egger, a non-contributor to society, a menace to society, a nigga. That's who you are, a non-contributor to society. Most people, even people who work 40 hours a week, contribute nothing to the world. Nothing. Other than that thing that you do. And compared to what you contribute to that thing versus what you fucking consume in a day, you're in a deficit. You owe the world. Even that you go to a job and come home, you still owe the world. You still have consumed more than you contributed back. That's the world we live in. And then you out here with your paw out, asking for this and asking for that. For what? Who owes you? Why do I owe you? What have you given to yourself? What have you given to the world? Don't owe you shit. Now, that's why they call me the Great Coachellini. Because that's named after Mussolini, all right? Mussolini was in power for 20 years until they killed him, all right? But that's neither here nor there. And if you feel convicted by what I say, the reason why you feel convicted is because I'm talking squarely to your motherfucking ass. You see who I'm talking about in the mirror every day. That's why if you feel a certain way of what I'm feeling, that's called conviction. That's because you know I'm talking about you. Yeah. Now, the way you fix this, and if you wonder who I'm talking about, walk right in front of the mirror, take your shirt off, and look at your fat stomach right now. Look at your fat stomach. Look at that flabby ass midsection, and that will tell you exactly who you are. Then the next thing you do is go look at your bank account. Now, if your bank account is big and your stomach is big, then you might not have a problem. But if your stomach is fat and your bank account lacks, you look at yourself, and that's exactly who the fuck I'm talking to. And that's probably 80% of you fat motherfuckers. Slobs. And that goes for the men and the women. You sloppy motherfucker. All right. That's exactly who you are. That's exactly what you contribute to the world. That means you definitely consume more than you produce. So take that to the bank. By the way, this is all comedy. This is a comedy skit. All right. This is not projected at. This is just a joke. This is just jokes, YouTube. But people always want them to feel bad. I'm going to feel bad. All right. Let me feel bad about myself. Coach, feel bad about me. This is still a family show. This is like the World Wrestling Federation back in the day. We just cut the promo. WrestleMania is coming up, and we need to hype up the WrestleMania event. Shout out to our brother here. Dinero Tranquillo says, welcome back, CGA. YouTube was dry as a mofo. All gold, green dial sky dwellers. Oh, shout out to you. All gold, green dial sky dweller and Alexis LX MFN on deck. Shout out to you. Nigga, we up. Congratulations to you. That is a sponsorship. Shout out to you, Dinero Tranquillo. You look like you winning in life. Nate the Great says, somewhere over the last 5 years, I became addicted to watching Red Pill Rage videos and didn't realize it. It wasn't until I started watching your Boss Up live streams and videos that I recognized that I was being a little biatch. He says, you opened my eyes and I'm grateful. Thanks, coach. All right, shout out to you. And shout out to all the red pill content creators. You know, I diss them in order to make a statement. Sometimes they got to catch shrapnel and strays, right? But the reality is the red pill is good for a period of time. And I've said this even as a so-called red pill creator early on. I said there is a time where you need to advance through stages of the red pill. What I see is men being stagnated by the red pill. All right. And I had a video in 2018 talking about stages of the red pill. All right. Where you're going to go through. Okay. And I created it to mirror the stages of grief, the 5 stages of grief. What I started to see and the content creators started to see, they can make money off of raging men. And I was like, red pill rage is not a good stage to be stuck in. So I started to make more content that is not geared towards the red pill rage. Sure, you could say some of the things I was saying was red pill rage. It wasn't. It was me or black pill or whatever you were saying. I won't claim those levels, but I was saying that where society was going to go. I was just being predictive. But I also put the accountability on yourself to make the improvement so you're not victims to these things. Okay, so I was giving you an out. I wasn't saying, you know, the red pill this and these women are messed up and blah, blah. I wasn't trying to tell you that. All right. And if you got that from me, you didn't really dive into the message significantly enough to do so. So with that being said, you can't get stuck in red pill rage, and that you never should. You should be out here evolving to the point where you can find yourself as being a contributor, saying, all right, look, I accept the stage we are. I accept the reality of where we are. Now I can contribute, and then maybe contribute as a content creator, contribute to a content creator, contribute your own philosophy, help other men in the entry level. But there's still dudes out here producing and consuming the red pill rage content. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. You should never get stuck there. It's a stage, though. It's a beneficial stage to wake you the hell up. All right. JC says, welcome back, coach. Soon as I joined the live stream, I heard you talking about someone putting a pistol to your McDellet. He says, I hope you didn't piss off the Yakuza. I think that is that the Japanese mafia? Shout out to you. I believe it is. I'm not sure, but no, I'm not going to speak that into existence at all. All right. Yeah, that was a joke, but shout out to you. And we got a couple more and then we're going to move on. We got no government name in the building. He says right here, it's sad that there are able-bodied and minded males who wish to not work and contribute, but instead want to be up under females. Most males are dependent on females and need no respect. I don't get it. You guys have, I've advocated to never live under a woman. Okay. That's literally rule number 1. That could be man rule number 1. If you were making a man rule book, rule number 1, never live under a woman. That literally could be rule number 1. Okay. I mean, there is no, dude, that includes your mom. Like, I was critical about the rapper that said live with your mom. Bro, that man, to me as a man, to start off to be considered a grown ass man, it should be rule number 1, never live under a woman. That could be rule number 1 if you were writing a book. Okay, how to be a man. Rule number 1, never live under a woman. End of book. The book closes. That includes your mama, your grandmama, your girlfriend, your wife. Okay. So when people hear me talk about these things and you're triggered by what's wrong with living under your mom and moving her in your house? Nah, fuck that. No. We're starting you off to learn as a man. Rule number 1, never. Jesus. There's no reason for that. You should always have your castle domicile. That don't mean that the woman can't live in there and contribute and live what you would call equally. Go for it. But I'm never living under a woman. There's no. That's why when pimps say that and I hear these weasel ass gang niggas, well, they paying for me and I'm living under her. No, absolutely not. Cut your balls off, nigga. No, there's nothing. There's no excuse for it. Okay, none, zero. There's no exception to this rule. Well, in this case, maybe if you're handicapped, then I suppose if you're handicapped or disabled. Okay, but absolutely not. You won't get no big ups for living under a woman and having her paying your bills. I don't care what the generation changes. Well, their times are different. I don't give a fuck. I don't care, bro. You can go jump off a damn bridge with this. There's no way. All right, anyway. Now, if you're a young guy, yeah. But geez. All right, we're going to get to that conversation later. All right, but we got crime and law CGA. Crime and law CGA. Don't I have an intro for that? I think I do. Let's do it. Crime and law CGA. Let's see here. Crime and law CGA. We got this story here about a young man who lost his life. I believe he is in the state of Minnesota. All right, rest in peace to this young man. A young man is fatally shot. Oh, St. Paul is the city. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the story and see if we can get a teaching point here. Here's the story.
A Plymouth mother says her son, shot and killed in St. Paul earlier this week, stepped in to protect someone during a domestic violence incident. We first reported this story Thursday morning in downtown near 7th Street East and Wakuta Streets. Tonight, that mother sits down with our Kamaria Bray, and she's sharing how she wants the community to remember her son. Kamaria.
Lindsay, that mother walks us through the calls, the confusion, and the heartbreak after losing her firstborn right here, 22-year-old Seion Jordan. She says she spent years shielding him from the violence, only to watch it reach him anyway.
He was my strength. He bought his first home before he turned 21. He just had everything going for him.
All right, so we look like he's half Filipino or something like this.
I'm so proud of him.
It's pain that can't be wiped away.
Just going through pictures and videos, and it doesn't feel real. Even at the hospital, I'm like, this isn't real. He's gonna wake up.
Melinda and Nelson Aguilar keep searching for answers, trying to understand why their son, 22-year-old Seion Jordan, was killed after coming to downtown St. Paul.
The main thing, the common denominator was a girl got beat up. My son came to either help or assist her, or she called for help.
That girl was being assaulted by a man.
Yes.
Okay, so let me stop right here. I know this is going to sound insensitive, but life is insensitive. It's cruel. Man rule number 1, never live under a woman. Man rule number 2, never protect the woman you're not related to. And even then, this is something that we're going to have to learn. We don't need another hero. Now, I know you guys have been instructed to help black women or women in general. When you see a woman getting roughed up, you're supposed to step in. But no, that is false doctrine. That is false teaching. You help women you're related to, your daughter, your mom, your wife, women that can give things back to you, women that you are supposed to protect for. These are women you protect. You don't protect no motherfucking sloppy ass woman that got a boyfriend going oops upside her head. It's not your business. You step to the side, you call 911. Don't be a fucking hero, especially you black men love to be intervene in motherfuckers' problems, and then you end up getting shot and killed and being a mural on the fucking side of a wall, church wall. This is not what we teach men to do. You're not the propaganda of you protecting black women is false. That's not what you do, especially black women that don't do shit for you. No. All right. Don't just do what you want to do and then tell me to fucking protect you. Like women want to run outside and dress like whores, and then when men sexually assault them or something like that, I'm supposed to jump in? Nah, you made that decision, ma'am. And especially if it's a woman I'm related to and I warned her, man, maybe not do that. And then she does it. Well, oops upside your head. I can't stop you. So if you're going to rebel against my teachings, I'm definitely not going to help you. Okay, so that's how I do it. And that's how I would encourage you to do it. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's probably how people have done it for centuries. You protect people who are under your wing. You protect people who are contributors back to you. You don't protect some strange motherfucker. Now, if she loses her life, it's better hers than mine. I don't know her. She don't know me. And here's the sad part about it. She gonna be having sex with that man same fucking night you leaking on this fucking sidewalk. All right, so she's still gonna be fucking that guy with a pistol to her head. You can't change that relationship. You can't change that relationship. They still gonna be having sex regardless, nigga, before you motherfucking in the goddamn ground, before they doing your funeral services. This is called death by simp. Death by simp. All the people involved are simps. You're a simp, the boyfriend's a simp, or whoever was going upside her head, and then the woman's a simp. And now the boyfriend's going to jail, you're dead, and she gonna be fucking somebody else by sundown. Like, stop. By the time the next week comes, she gonna be fucking, because women fuck through trauma. So why am I helping her? While I'm dead and he in jail, in prison for life, somebody getting them guts. And she choosing another goofy ass nigga to go upside her head. Those are her choices. We teach men rules. Number 2, do not protect women that are not attached to you. They're not related to you. You don't owe them anything. Like I said, it sounds cruel, but that's how it works. Now, imagine if everybody did that, how it would protect society, how women would be protected. If women actually would marry and go under a rule of a man, if they actually listen to their fucking fathers, imagine women would be protected. But what are we finding? Women don't want to listen to their fathers. They don't want to listen to their husbands. They don't want to have boyfriends. Well, bitch, you out here by yourself. Okay. Men don't want to commit to relationships. They don't want to take care of their kids. They don't want to get married. Well, guess what? Hoes are out here by themselves. So go out there in the street and run the street, pick these dirty, dusty ass niggas to have relationships with. And when they go upside your head, it ain't none of my business. All right. That's how I do shit. That's how I teach. All right. Rest in peace to that young man. But that's another lesson that you gonna learn, to stay out of motherfucking people's business. All right. Stay out of people's business. All right. And you stay alive. Lived another day, survive in advance. That's how I'm 50 years old. All right. So here we go. We got another story out here. Courtney Clemney is taking a plea deal. If you don't remember this story, this is a story we covered several years ago, coming out of Miami-Dade County, of an OnlyFans girl who had a Nigerian boyfriend who she later killed. She is now taking a plea deal, and we don't know what the deal is, but here's the review of it.
Was what, just a few weeks ago, when her lawyers had asked a judge to let jurors see all these text messages and other evidence they said would show the victim, that show that she was the victim, that Courtney's boyfriend, Christian Mobamselli, that he was the one who abused Clemney, according to court documents that were obtained by the New York Post. So why would a defendant who's maintained self-defense for years, who was planning this defense, who was planning all this evidence, agree to a plea deal? For that, you know who I'm bringing in, legendary trial attorney Mark Garagos. He's also co-host the podcast Reasonable Doubt, Two Angry Men. Good to see you, sir. Why'd you do it?
How are you? Why'd she do it? I would think, obviously, because she got a deal or an offer she couldn't refuse.
Yeah, of course.
And I suspect that when we find out if the judge accepts the plea and accepts the sentence, it will turn out that they basically made the calculation that it wasn't worth the risk of a trial, and they got an offer that was something she could live with.
What do you think that was? Do you think it's manslaughter? Do you think it's less? Is it second degree, but a lesser
I would
sentence?
imagine, I would imagine it's a manslaughter and it's a fixed determinate sentence under that state
There's the video.
I can't imagine that she would ever take anything that wasn't determinate or that wasn't a reduction. Based on the evidence I've seen, this is at worst a mutual combat. And
all right, so what happens is, you know, this is a case. You see the case right here. I'm gonna go ahead and show you some pictures because YouTube they're gonna come down on me showing the video, and that video is on YouTube. All right, but they're gonna be like, hey, we're gonna age restrict your video. Like, what? It's a video on YouTube. So the case was about this couple right here, an interracial couple. I believe he was a Nigerian, and this was an OnlyFans white girl in Miami. As you can see, without her super suit on, okay, Millie Mouth Muskrat. All right, most white women, you know, without hair dye, without makeup, hair extensions, they're gonna be like a 6. No white woman is really above a 7. Okay, I'm gonna stand on that. Without drawn on eyeliner and pencil eyebrows, you know, without box dye jobs and cutting colors. White women are very, very regular. They've always been, especially after 30. All right. Without Botox, you see no Botox. There's the frown lines very early. She's got early graying. I mean, this is not to take her down, but she's not who she portrayed herself to be once she's able to, manufacture her looks right here. This is what she, wait a minute, what is this shit? All right. I didn't mean to do that. This is what she portrayed herself to be prior. You know what I mean? This is what she looks with her super suit on, without tanning jobs and all of these things. This is what they look like off the dating app. This is what they look like when you marry them and wake up next to them, All right. And without the eyelashes and stuff like that, it gets pretty bad. This is Master Splinter. Okay. When they get out the shower or the pool, all right, put a bathrobe on, Master Splinter. But, when you're looking at them, these are the baddies you wish you can get, and you become an incel because you can't get women like this. Dude, I can get women like this for less than $400. All right. Easy peasy. You ain't missing nothing. I mean, it's all nice and shit. You ain't missing nothing. That's why I lease and never own. All right. I lease, don't own, because this is what you get when you own her. All right. You're going to see this look 80-90% of your relationship. Now, it's only when she wants to go on Instagram, go on a vacation, go outside to the nightclub. This is what you get. So anyway, the relationship essentially looked like he was the abuser. She framed it like he was the abuser, and it ended up that she was the abuser. So this is what I've always said in terms of men. When you hear women say they were in an abusive relationship, you always ask, well, who was the abuser? Okay. Not to insinuate that she was the abuser, but you want to ask. She didn't say he was abusive. She said she was in an abusive relationship. In this case, it came out to be the truth. She framed him as to be the abuser, and she was the abuser. Okay. It is also shown that they instigate abuse 60, 70, 80% of the time. So as the man responds back with a powerful fist, she instigated the abuse, and you can clearly see it in that video. Her hits were not doing anything to him that would be instigating abuse. And she probably was very good at this particular manipulative tactic to the point where she ended up murdering him. Okay.
So she had
she's much smaller, he much bigger, so he puts up with it. Oh, they're just little punches, they don't mean anything. Well, it ended up being him losing his life. Okay. They ended up adding to a lot. And so he's able to manhandle her and prevent her from doing any damage and tease her. But that didn't ended up him being sliced and diced, chopped up into pieces. And there she is. Okay. Chopped up into pieces. All right. I would show the aftermath of what she did. All right. But of course, YouTube comes down on my channel very hard and aggressive for me showing these things. All right. But rest in peace to the guy there. And she probably is going to get a manslaughter, and be prepared. She might get as little as 3 years, certainly time served. All right. And maybe as little as 12 years. Okay. Where she faced life in prison. So if she gets a manslaughter, we're talking about a severely reduced jail sentence. So there might be some outrage. She might get time served. When with this case, when did this happen? Courtney Clemney, what year was this? I would say about 3 years ago. This was the year 2022. So 2022, it has now been 4 years. Okay. It could be possible that she doesn't get very much time after that and then come out on probation. So, 4 years for manslaughter. Let me ask AI how much time common. I don't know if they can answer that. What's the common sentence for manslaughter? All right. Let me see if we can come up with a consensus. 3 to 15 years. Actually, damn, I said that. I said 3 to 12. All right. 3 to 15 years for the manslaughter. Just depending on where you are. Involuntary manslaughter, 2 to 6 years. That would be for vehicular manslaughter, 16 months to 6 years. Voluntary manslaughter versus involuntary, 10 to 20 years. I'm sorry, 3 to 11 years in states like California. 3 to 11 years. Man, it could be possible that she don't get much prison time, if any, because she's already served 4.5 years. She's already been in for 4.5 years. Man, if she gets no prison time or time served, there's going to be an outcry. especially if she had good behavior. Oh my goodness. All right, that could be actually an interesting story. We have another story, crime and law CGA. We have the rapist. Is that what it says? The rapist. Oh, no. That says therapist. Same thing. California therapist, 26 years old, allegedly groomed and raped teen after he left juvenile hall where she worked. And there's your future wife. We're seeing a lot of these cases where these young men, particularly white women, going crazy over their sexuality and sexualizing young boys. Of course, if this was a male therapist doing this to a teenage girl, they would probably castrate him. All right. But of course, the women are doing it, probably going to get probation. A California clinician is facing felony charges after she allegedly groomed a teenage boy from age 14 before raping him for 3 months after he left juvenile hall where she was assigned as a therapist. And this also goes to what we talk about, where women have a fascination for seduction of criminals. All right, there's a name for this, but we call it pookiephilia. Okay, and so she's in there. Typically, when people take jobs, men and women, when they take jobs, they also are taking jobs around people they maybe wanted to be attracted to, like a teacher who wants to be around young girls. He's a male teacher. He'll take a job coaching young women. All right. We've seen people do this. We've seen pedophiles take jobs as daycare teachers. We've seen women take jobs as security officers in jail facilities. You know, people are positioning themselves to be around people who they want to be intimate with. But in this situation here, you're seeing this. Oh, she's around young criminal niggas, pookiephilia, and boom. All right. This is who she's really attracted to. So it says right here, Bay Area prosecutors on Monday hit her, the behavioral health clinician. Her name is Sophia Droughts, age 26, of San Francisco, with shocking charges, including unlawful sexual intercourse in connection with the case. The mother of the victim, who has not yet been identified, says she betrayed her family. Okay, we trusted her. Yeah, I mean, you know, there she is right there. Looks like she's graduating from some institution of higher learning. So she's educated, graduated. That's somebody's future ecclesiastical wife. All right, right there. And it says right here, after he was released, he raped the young boy between April 1st and July 14th, meaning that they were having lots of sex. All right, and so even though they say it as great, which it was, all right, that means that they were carrying on with the sexual relationship, and he was knocking the Mario coins out of her. All right, knocking the Mario coins out of her. I'm going to share this post. Interesting enough, because you guys heard about this case. I'm going to share this post about another therapist, another female therapist, trying to explain the difference between males violating young women, males sleeping with their students, versus when females sleep with their students. All right. Or in this case, the people who they have authority over. Let's hear this explanation. And this is mind blowing. Listen to this right here. Psychologist. This is why I have not a lot of respect for this industry. All right. I don't have a lot of respect for many industries, but the psychology industry, I have very little respect for. Most of them people are nut jobs. They're traumatized people looking for a way to explain why they're trauma. They have criminals in there explaining why they're criminals and drug addicts. Then they try to therapize other people. What's that woman named? That black woman therapist. She was a so-called therapist. Now we know she's a scammer. People hide behind these psychology degrees and letters. And most of these people, I worked at 5 university campuses, and the psychology professors and people in that industry have always been cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I also have a bachelor and master's degree, and I've taken classes in psychology. I've always looked at psychology department as a crazy nut house. All right. Like, you go to that building and it's always had a weird vibe to me. The professors always seem to be kind of crazy and aloof, LSD and shit like this, you know, drug addicts. Yeah. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Okay. So the psychology institution has never been really a legitimate profession to me, although sometimes I will. And shout out to the people here that watch me that are psychologists. I'm not shitting on you, but it has always been a shit that they make up. All right. They don't really know what goes on in the brain. They can guess. All right. And they sometimes make educated guesses and they sometimes get it right. But in my opinion, they're nut jobs and wackadoodles and quacks. All right. But that's just me. That's just me. It doesn't have to be you. I'm not telling you to feel the same. But yeah, let's continue.
With female predators, and yeah, I was like totally hot for my math teacher in high school, but he didn't rape me. Okay. Someone else did, but he didn't do it. He knew he was adult enough. I think he was like 30. So not a giant time or age difference. But the thing is, with female predators, they find one person and they don't understand that it's not real love. And they become very attached to the teen boy. And they think it's love when it's lust and it's delusion and it's illegal. And they become very focused on the boy. It's different than male abusers who tend to put themselves in positions of authority so they have unlimited access to victims. The female is very decisive and focused on one. And then that boy is then giving that woman so much attention and validation that she's longed for because she's broken and hasn't done her own fucking therapy or her husband sucks. But you have broken women using teens to fulfill their emotional dissatisfaction. Well, with female predators,
what the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
This is the world you're trying to correct. Just so you know, this is the world you're trying to correct with your people in the institutes of higher learning, your people of letters, your people with degrees. These are the women with degrees. Oh my God. What is that? The woman is the victim of love bombing by the teen boy. Not only that, the husband, who is not paying attention to the female, is responsible for her being a female predator. And the fact that the male predators seem to focus on multiple victims, it's better because the female predator only focuses on one victim. Oh, what the hell? And it's love. Oh my God. It's not great. No way. She actually was in love with the boy. The boy, she says, the boy. Now, I just want to say, I would love to hear a male make the same case for his propensity to be with teenage girls. All right. Goodness gracious. We live in an evil fucking world. This is the world y'all think y'all about to correct. All right. And while this person probably testifies in court hearings with that bullshit because she has letters behind her name, you're sitting there trying to think you're going to correct this with some red pill content. Good luck. All right. Good luck, gentlemen. All right. That's Crime and Law CGA. Golly. Coach, you're a nihilist. This is what I do, man. I try to find these videos. We got Coach Gang members over on Locals. Join us, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. Get over there, man. It's a free account. And these people find these videos, and there's a lot of great members that put up content. We got DG Seymour and Newski and JC, Larry C, active KT King, KT the King. A lot of them active members over there putting these videos up because they know they reinforce my message. And they do a lot of finding of these videos, and then I find some as well. But this is what makes this show valuable because we have members of the group. New World Order Newski does a lot of work over there. And we come over here and they show these messages and we show them to you, and it reinforces our message to show you what you're up against out here. Yes, it's a social media post. Yes, it's not the real world, but it is. It is in many cases. So shout out to the brotherhood over there at Locals. You guys have been great. Also the Discord community, which I'm not very active, but I know you guys are. You share a lot of videos over there, and I hope to be a lot more active over there. But those are our free communities. We got several free communities, several paid communities, but we're a community in general. So you can join over there on Locals. You won't get access to the live streams, but you can join over there. All right. Shout out to y'all. Right, but they found that video, and I put that in conjunction with this particular case, and you see what world we're living in. This is insanity. Eric Scott Sermon with a support over there. Shout out to you. Appreciate you always for being here and being a supporter of today's shows. It always is helpful, man. Shout out to you. We got Miles says, I agree with you 100% on this goofy ass debate. Miles C says they don't care about getting the truth or justice for Nolan Wells. Everybody is worried about debating or using this promotional for promotional ends to pad their pockets. If this happened to any of us, they will do the same. F the normies. Save yourself, black men. When black men die, people get rich. In fact, many of you black men are worth more dead than alive. But people will run, when black people die, people start monetizing that shit. People start using you for political means. You got to die out here. You got to get killed. And they gonna make a reason for people to have a candlelight visual around you. Now, when you alive, they don't give a Mickey fick about your ass. They could care less. And I've showed that when I show how people treat me in China versus how people treat me in the good old US of A. I'm motherfucking invisible to them. I ain't shit until I prove I'm shit in the US of A. I can walk down the streets of China and people want to take pictures and be all in the video with me. So, sad reality. Nobody cared about Nolan Wells prior to that. Nobody cared about who George Floyd was for that until he died. As the famous Notorious B.I.G. says, you're nobody until somebody kills you. And he found out. He became rich. He was the richest celebrity in 2025. Look it up. Notorious B.I.G. was one of the richest celebrities. He made the most money of all the dead people in 2025. Damn near 30 years after his death. Okay. Same thing with Tupac. Let me see here. Make in 2025. Notorious B.I.G. estate pulled in $80 million in 2025. Largely driven by a landmark music catalog deal. Now, I'm going to tell you, he never made $80 million when he was alive. Never. But 30 years after he died, he's nobody until somebody kills you. Okay? So I want you to think about that. And think about that when you see all of these people talking about these dead black men. And there's something to be said. I'm not a very spiritual person. I am, but I'm not. I wish to be, meaning that I don't wish to be Christian, but I wish to be understanding of more spiritual because I do believe in spirits and spirituality, right? I'm being more centered in Eastern philosophy, if anything, because it matches my belief system currently, and I was able to be the chocolatey Confucius over in Asia. I'm really more adapting to Eastern philosophy in many ways, the more I learn about it. With that being said, the more we keep talking about dead black men, the more death of black men you will see. There's a correlation to this. There's a belief to this. The more we keep saying the names of dead black men, the more likely this will become part of who our identity is. I believe in respecting the dead, but to continue to say the name and hype on and be hyper fixated on black men dying means that this is how we see black men. You're only important until you're dead. You know what I mean? Like, there's a bigger message to this. I'll become to be able to, over the years, to be able to make it a little bit more clean. It's now not clean right now, but that's what I see, and it's sad. We don't treat black men very respectfully until they're dead. We act like we care, but we don't. That goes for black people and white people, people of other races. Okay. What we want to do is we want to uplift the men that are alive. We want to respect and appreciate the men that are alive while they're here. We want men and black men to feel loved while they're here. We want you to care about men while they're here, not when they're dead. We don't want to learn the story about who that man and that young man was when he was alive later after he's dead. We want to learn about the story of men when they're alive now, so that we can put respect on their name while they're alive now, not when they're dead. Do you hear me though? You hear what I'm saying? You guys don't misinterpret what I'm saying because it doesn't sound clean yet, but I believe that. I believe that. You guys hype up too many dead motherfucking black men. Talk about these dead ass niggas for 30, 40, 50 years and shit. But meanwhile, while they was here, they never got the love. Michael Jackson, Kevin Samuels. They was trying to kill Kevin Samuels. He was here. They was trying to cancel the nigga when he was here. You had black men speaking ill of him, and I didn't at the time. All right, but Biggie Smalls, Tupac. Somebody said Jesus didn't become God until they murdered him. Facts. Jesus didn't become Jesus until he was well dead, 300 years later. And then he didn't become the Jesus we knew until literally like 1200, 13, 1600 years later. That's the Jesus we know today wasn't Jesus like that until Christopher Columbus sailed the fucking ocean blue. That he became the Jesus that we know then. Okay, so in understanding this, I just don't like to talk about dead black men. I don't like to talk about dead peoples anyway. I don't like funerals. I don't like to really I like to celebrate people's lives while they're alive. I like to give them their respective flowers while they're alive, not when they're dead, because it's too late. It's too late, man. Don't act like you care now to make money and pad your YouTube stats and pay your rent and debate and then make your platform bigger. I just don't see any reason to continue to do so. All right, anyway. TKA, what's up, coach? I'm 36 years old and never had a girlfriend. I had to deal with an abusive stepfather that was only 11 years older than me. My mother had no money. My father passed away, so she tolerated it. Why I appreciate the wisdom I'm learning now, what I was learning then. Shout out to you. I think I know what you mean there. Sorry to hear about your abusive stepfather, being that your mother seemed to have dated a younger man, and he was definitely ill-equipped to handle you as a young man as well. I mean, this is part of the trauma that we've all grown up with. Okay, we've had these traumas of really mate selection is the number one driver of almost all of our issues, right? And unfortunately, you know, women choose their mates. Men don't choose their mates, and I don't want to blame women. I don't want to make this about blaming women. I'm trying to make this platform a lot bigger and better and a lot more mature. But women are the ones choosing these relationships. I mean, they're the ones choosing these mates. And then when the mate doesn't turn out to be what they want, then they blame the mate. Oh, he this, and he was a no good, useless bum, and he did this, he traumatized, he beat and whooped and spanked me and shit like this. Well, listen, you know, we had a better system of arranged marriages and courtship that prevented this, but we went away from this because, well, females wanted to be independent and they wanted to be whores. All right, and they wanted to fuck who they wanted to fuck. Well, here we go. All right, here we go. And so a lot of our trauma, if not all of it, is based on mate selection. All right, you can go back. It's not because of business. It's not because of government and politics. Our trauma starts at mate selection. Who we're selecting as mates, who we're procreating with, who we have relationships with, who we have children out of wedlock with, what type of the relationship it was. Was it toxic? Was it abusive? Was it boring? Okay, and a lot of our troubles come from that. A lot of our troubles start right there and that are initiated. And I want you to understand, many of us have been through years of this trauma. Like before we ever get to selecting our own mates, we've been traumatized by mate selection of our parents for a decade or two. In this case, 3 decades. Okay. right? 3 decades. So, people underestimate how this trauma affects you over your childhood, and then it actually ultimately manifests in who you end up picking. I can say in my case, I looked at how my experience was as a young man dealing with Black women as a young man. What did that make me do? Oh, I think the solution is going to date white women. What did that do? That didn't make the solution better, right? I mean, it didn't make it better because I chose a white person, like, because the white women are better. It just made it that I ended up picking a bad mate that was white. Okay, so not that a Black mate would have been better, but it just shows you that people are trying to solve the problem, and then you solve the problem by choosing a mate. It ends up being mate selection fucks you over and creates even further trauma. So mate selection is where it starts, right? Your problem started with mate selection, your parents' mate selection, then your mate selections, therefore, after that. And in this case, his mom's mate selection after the father died. I mean, this is well before he got a girlfriend. He's already experienced trauma based on mate selection. Mate selection is one of the most important things you're going to do. It's going to be one of the most important decisions of your life. That's why we continue to harp on these things, all right, and talk about them, because they can cause you agony more than they can enrich your life, meaning that people are going to say, well, what about love? And there's good things that happen. Well, if I look at a cemetery or a prison, a lot of the people are in there because of mate selection. A lot of people are in cemeteries because they selected a wrong motherfucker. A lot of people are in prison because they love the person a little too much. Okay, 100%. They love the person the wrong way. All right. I thought I was loving her right, and you was loving her wrong, nigga. All right. OJ Simpson was able to get out of that motherfucker case. It is what it is. Hustle Every Day says, you got me thinking. Non-involved, greedy, gathering Americans equals nigga. All right. Shout out to that. I like the word nigga. I don't, but I don't. I know, but I do. A non-involved, greedy, gathering American. And I can say that through my travels, it actually makes me more alert that most Americans are idiots. I mean, shout out to my Americans. Every time I travel and come back, even going through a developed country and an underdeveloped country, not saying that the people in that country are better, what it makes me do is realize how many Americans are not taking advantage of their situation. Okay. I look at it and go, man, because I go to these places and I'm like, okay, these people don't have a chance. These people don't have a chance. All right. These people don't have a chance to improve their lives at all. Right, at all. All right. They live in some government where the government, Cambodia, there's a kingdom. They ain't got a chance. Cambodians are fucked. I go to the Philippines. They're fucked. There's no way they can improve their lives. They're screwed. All right. I go to China and go, well, they're kind of stuck under that system. There's only so far they can go. I go to Japan and go, well, there's a lot of money in Japan, but most people don't got it. All right. They're screwed. All right. They're screwed. They're kind of fucked. The people in Europe, London, they're screwed. There's only so much they can go. They're under some sort of democratic socialist, where they are highly taxed. We're highly taxed too, but they're highly taxed. There's only so many people that can go from 0 to millionaire or zillion to 100,000 They're screwed. All right. So everywhere I go to South America, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia. I go to Brazil. I'm like, they're fucked. They can't really improve their lives. They're screwed. Then I come back to America, and that makes me go, how much of an advantage you have in America? You can literally go from 0 to hero in 25 years. Really, you can go, somebody said the Middle East. If you're not part of an oil family, you're fucked. Like, if you're not a part of the families, you're screwed. Okay. If you're in East Africa, you're fucked. All right. That's the Middle East. You're screwed. You're just basically in the Middle East. Northern Africa. Well, take a look at Morocco and Spain. Oddly enough, we were just talking about Morocco and Spain weeks before, and then look at what happened there. Sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, you're screwed over there too. I mean, I think you're cooked unless you come to America. I'm looking and going, These Americans have no idea of the fumbling of their life that they're making. You literally could change your life in 3 years. 3 focused years completely change the trajectory of your life, male or female. And you have the ability to accumulate debt. You can gather debt in America. In other countries, you can't do this. You can be like, I'll go to school and take a program for 200,000 years, sign a paper and go to school. You realize in other countries, they can't do that. Like, you can literally be like, I'll buy a house and I'll pay it off over 40 years. Other countries, you can't do that. They'll literally be like, you got to pay it off in 3 years. You got to pay a $500,000 condo off in 3 years. You don't got 20, 30, 40 years. Like, you can just do that and then use and leverage that debt to become something completely different. Reimagine your life like that. So it is like, man, you can leverage other people's money and leverage your money to become who you want to be by simply just focusing. Just like that, you could grow up in Compton and become, boom, Venus Williams and Serena. It is, oh man. And then people sit here and complain, sitting on their fat rear ends, just complaining and waiting for these politicians to solve the problem. When I go to other countries, I almost never hear them telling you that the politicians are going to solve their problems. Sure, they have political issues, but I never hear this, the politicians are going to solve our problems. And some people can't even speak out about their politicians. They'll come up missing. They'll come up missing. They can't even be like, our politician over here is a piece of shit. They'll be dead. They can't say they're orange and fat and balding and wear a wig and a hairpiece. They can't do that. You start talking about politics over there, they get quiet and hush hush. They'd be like, oh, because somebody say something else and they get reported. Then they're dead. That's how it is when I travel. And then I come back and I look at these lazy pieces of shit complaining on the internet, and I just be like, woosah, woosah. And then don't ever, the black people in America are the lostest cause of anybody. And I might be a little more hypersensitive, but when I see any black post on the internet and I click the comment section and I started reading what these niggas are saying, I'm like, black people are lost. They don't even know it. They don't even know it. The black American, you niggas are lost in comparison to the world. You're in the freest country in the world and you act like you're fucking in servitude, enslaved. I mean, you guys are lost. I'm seeing what you guys be putting in the comment section. I can't even read comment sections. I certainly can't read my own comment section. I can't even read comment sections on the internet now. I'll just be like, man, what are these niggas talking about? The fuck are these niggas talking about? Generational curses, facts. Yeah, most Americans too, but the nigga comment sections be over just like ridiculous. And we tell you, man, Free Agent Lifestyle book told you to travel, get your passport. And one of the things it's going to do is going to open your mind. It's going to enlighten you. You're going to wake up. You're going to go, oh, wow. And I'm like, I'll never get into it. I look into a Tariq Nasheed comment section. I'll be like, oh, then I'll look in the comment section of Boyce Watkins and I'll be like, oh my Lord. Then I go to Tony Gaskin post. Oh my God. What are these niggas talking about? You guys live in a bubble. And it's a nigga bubble. It's a nigga bubble, which is a weird bubble because the bubbles are like in certain cities spread across the country. Like sometimes you live in a bubble, but your bubble is like geographically based. But the nigga bubble is all around the country. So if you go to Denver, it's the same bubble somewhere in Seattle, the same bubble in Birmingham. And you're like, how the fuck these bubbles skip all of this land? It's like, how the hell these people think the same from this bubble from Milwaukee to Atlanta? How these niggas think the same, but everywhere in between, people think differently. How is that possible? I'm like, how can you possibly explain the nigga bubble? Inner city Milwaukee thinks the same as inner city Detroit, but in between, nobody thinks that way. How is this possible? How do you explain this? Somebody explain this nigga bubble to me. Like, people have common sense in between the bubble, but some reason y'all niggas over here living in a different world. This don't make any sense. Somebody said it's the music, maybe it's the family, maybe it's the way you disseminate messages between each other through nigga Morse code. How do y'all possibly draw these conclusions? And in the middle of that, the conclusions are completely different. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm like, what world? How can y'all live in two separate worlds in the same geographical space? There's no possible way how you can see the world reflectively different, like that, diametrically different. The nigga bubble. I've coined that. Shout out to Jacob Rivera says, I was wondering where the legend will come, when the legend will come back. The GOAT, the greatest of all time, Hollywood CGA, ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. Shout out to you, man. It's Hollywood. Okay. Hollywood's here. Shout out to Jacob. Appreciate you. And then one more, and I'm going to get back. We'll do the main event. I got some other shit to share. Caitlin says, most couples we still live together. Most couples will still live together. When you say men shouldn't live under a woman, I'm sure you're saying he needs to be the actual man in the house. Yes. He pays all the bills and protects while she submits to him and cares for the home. That's how a man stays a man with a woman. All right. Most people will never have that, obviously, economically, but that would be ideal for me, for sure. All right. So let me see if I need to go to the main event. Okay. Because this could be a very long main event. I do have a little bit of time. You know, for me, I'm here because, you know, I took 3 weeks off, but
yeah, I got time, cuz.
Today I got time. So we're going to matriculate closely to the main event here, which I do have to do this because this leads into it. But we have It's an Evil World we live in. Let's jump into it. We'll go and do both.
It's an evil
Listen
world.
Listen to this. Is this a church pastor? I guess I'll talk about this. Jaden Daniels, the quarterback from the Washington Redskins, in a very, very good little post. Here, the football training camp is starting back up. This is a heartwarming post, according to Football Crave. Commanders. Oh, it's the Commanders? I thought it was the Redskins. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels gives his mother a piggyback ride after practice today. Oh, my. One thing that you guys have to understand is that they are always going to allow you suckling niggas to always be out here uplifting and praising your mammies. I mean, this is getting above and beyond belief. All right. At this point, they did this to Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was managed to shake that off. All right. They always do it to you niggas out here. He out here with his mama. All right. This is mama's boy shit. Most sitcoms had a mama, you know what I mean? Your mom, you know, Mama's Family, George Jefferson's mama was there, always reigning over your life and controlling you and shit. You sucking off the tit of your mama as a grown ass man. Lamar Jackson, they always gonna frame it as the black man's best relationship for him is with his fucking mama. Like, yo, maybe that's the case. Maybe that is the case, but I just find it absolutely pathetic. He can't even shake his mama. Niggas will be grown, 45, 50 years old. My mama, look at Shannon Sharp and shit like this. Them niggas always talking about my mama and my mama. Nigga, what? Aren't you grown? Aren't you a man? God damn. Like, what in the world? But you giving your mama a pick, man. Wow. I mean, Yeah, Donovan McNabb. I mean, son husband. I didn't coin the phrase. I mean, I've heard it from Angry Man years ago, but I did some speeches about it during the 21 convention right before COVID and during COVID. I just think that the messaging here is definitely stunning growth, immaturity, where they're always going to make you looking great with your mama. It's just like, and then you piggyback riding her. Like, why is your mama at football camp? Can we explain that? I know it was she his manager. Why is your mom at football camp? Isn't this a gladiator sport? Your mama at football camp. I mean, this is getting sick.
It's an evil
you
world.
Niggas are sick. Negro communities are sick with this shit. This messaging, and then it says heartwarming. Okay, show me a white football player with their fucking mama at football camp. I know the Kelseys might have had their mama in a commercial and shit. Maybe I don't know. She don't need to be at camp and jumping on this nigga back during football drills and shit. Like, come on, man. I know y'all don't agree with me and shit, but this is pathetic. You niggas are pathetic, bro. What is she calling plays next? I mean, man almighty. Next, it's the evil world we live in. Somebody said they kiss on the lips. They always trying to infantilize you niggas, all right? I swear to God. They don't want you to grow up and then want you to grow up at the same time, all right? Mama's boys ass niggas. All right, let's see what this fat, chunky ass Christian pastor has to say.
It's more likely that a 30-year-old young man will be living at home with a parent than in a home he owns with a wife and a kid for the first time in American history. It is more likely a 42-year-old woman will be pregnant than a 19-year-old married woman for the first time in American history. 50% of 30-year-olds by the age of 30 in 1950 were married and owned a home and had a kid. In 1950, it was half of Americans 30 and under. Today, that number is 12%. Look at all the debt and everything else we're passing on to them. And maybe you can understand why your young sons and grandsons are flirting with black pillars and nihilistic voices online. It is more like
Andrew Tate. Yeah. Hey, listen, this is where we are. And I shout out to him. I don't know. What is his name? Steve Deese. The Ace, I'm not sure what his name is, but check this out. I warned you that we were going this direction. You've been hearing me for years. Somebody said, Pastor been watching CGA. Exactly. I've been telling you this is where we're going, and people are finally waking up. I'm like, bro, it's been going this direction, and y'all kept telling me, nah, it'll change. It'll get better. We'll flatten the curve. We'll return back to normal. Okay. I mean, these are dastardly statistics in terms of you and other people thinking that relationships are going to change simply if men get better or if women start getting less delusional and reducing their standards. Nah, this is the direction we're going in, and it is all funded by the agendas. We don't have we don't have a gender war. We have an agenda war. Okay. We have an agenda war. We have too many things and entities that benefit from these statistics being the way they are. There's no debate. That's why I told you there's no debating this. I could debate with you, but it ain't gonna change it. Now, the people who have hope are gonna say, well, the person who had the more hope and the more belief won. You don't have belief, you lost. Okay, well, we'll see. Only time will tell. All right. Let time be the answer, not the debate. And time is going to be on my side because time is going to see what we have. This is what we have. We have more women willing to be mothers at 40 than 19. Okay, not to say it's better. Let me see if we can do this right here. Somebody says, drop the price of things and stop the women from being accountable, dodging man haters. Okay. Here it is. Being pregnant at 42 is definitely better than 19. Hey, man, when I say it's cooked, we're cooked. Like, what do you want me to do? I mean, look at the ratio. Okay. What do you want me to do? What answers and solutions do you want me to give you? By the way, in no point of our world history has that been true. Now, could you be a better parent at 42 than 19? Possibly. There's a debate to that. But at no point in fucking history of our humanity has that been true, except for the days women because they can make their own choices. Okay, go for it. Okay. Hey, what do you want me to do? I can't solve this problem for you. I can solve this problem for yourself. Jesus. All right, here we go right here. We have young women out here, your ecclesiastically future wife. We have a woman says, I made a video 2 years ago, and let's see what her results are right here. And she's changed quite a bit in 2 years. All right, number one reason for not having kids. Okay, this is the same. You're about to see the same woman twice. Oh, no, it's not. It's two different women.
I want to know what your number one reason is for not having kids. You don't owe anybody an explanation. You don't.
I actually get asked this a lot, and I'm still young, 28.
I'm still young, 28. Ring the bell. Bro, I thought she was going to say she was 18. I'm still young, 28. Ma'am, in the fertility window, that's not young. Now, I know y'all thinking it's better to be 42-year-old mom, but you're pushing it. I'm still young. I'm 28. I'm still a child. I'm going to live with my parents for the next. Okay. 28's young. Bro, that's old for me for dating women. I'm getting into old, treacherous territory for dating for me. All right, let's continue.
No kids, don't plan on having kids. But the real reason, and I'm going to be fully honest, is because I am selfish. I don't want to spend my time or my money raising another human being or give the mental and emotional effort that it takes to raise a child and raise them well. And as someone who doesn't want kids, I'm actually curious why you do want children. Because I have had a lot of people tell me a lot of different reasons for why they do want children. And I think personally, some of those reasons are a little selfish too.
Okay, so let me say here. Check this out. Check this out. This is what people don't get. And if we want to shout out God, and I want to give credit to God for this in Mother Nature, Father Time, as once phrase, Mother Nature gives, Father Time takes away. I've heard other content creators use that recently, and people don't know it came from me. The way nature designed people, and it's an interesting design, and design doesn't always imply a designer. But in this case, we will give nature, Mother Nature, or God the design here. The way nature has designed bringing forth children, it is designed is that it is done in a window where you're a dumb as fuck. Okay? You understand me. I want you to understand, and I'm reeling this message out. This goes the same for calves, puppies, and whatnot. Like puppies be having puppies and they 2-3 years old and shit. But it is designed when you're dumb as a motherfucker. When your brainstem ain't developed. And the reason why nature designed it as such is because nature and God knew that by the time you figured it out, you probably wouldn't do it. Hence, why a person like me could look at marriage and go, hell no, that don't make sense. But a person listening to me at 22 could say it makes sense because I'll get love, cherishment, companionship. You're getting a benefit. You know what you're getting, as opposed to me on the other side. I know what I'm risking and losing. Oh, hell no. Same thing as a woman who would deliver children. A woman at 19, 20 with ignorance would be more willing to push a baby through a 10-centimeter hole between her legs because she's dumb. But she's fertile. She will produce better children, not children that are going to wear a fucking helmet and that they got to live with their parents until they're 40. Because nature designed humans to do things to survive when you're dumb, not when you're smart. By the time you smartened up, you realize pushing a baby through a 10-centimeter hole is crazy. And raising a kid with brain damage is crazy. Talking and communicating with a kid when you're 34 years old is insane, right? You're like, hey, I'm cognitive. I cognitively make sense. Why would I talk to a kid that doesn't make sense for hours and hours? Well, when you're 19, 20, and 21, you'll do it. You'll do it with 3 kids. But when you're 28, 30, 34, 45, and 50, you'll think twice about it. Do I really want to break graham crackers all day and make motherfucking Chef Boyardee alphabet soup and put peanut butter on apples? You'll be like, I'll rather do something else. You see what I'm saying? That's how nature and God designed it. That's why God and nature gave you a fertility window and not have to use IVF fertilization drugs and you to push out one fucking ADHD autistic child at 42. Nature was smartly designing us to do crazy shit that extended life. Now that you make sense at 30, aka 28, it doesn't make sense to have kids. Because you have a life, you have independence, you can travel. We have the internet. You have you can fucking fornicate. It doesn't make sense. You can get birth control drugs, and then you can say maybe at 42 I'll do fertilization, reverse all the damage. See, this is the sad part about this. Is why you see why people are no longer having couples. They're no longer having children. They're no longer getting married at the rates that the previous pastor showed us, because people make sense now. You can look at it. You can get the evidence and gather data and try to put logic to it and look and go, nah, I wait. This is why nature provided the window to be early. Okay. It is not a perfect design. Design doesn't apply a designer, but it's not a perfect design. That's why you see the numbers plummeting in the direction that pastor showed you previously. Because we're pushing off these decisions until later. I'm going to get my career right. Men and women saying this. I'm going to get my life right. I'm going to buy a house and car. All the things that are worldly possessions. And then you're like, kids, marriage. Nah. That's what's happening. And I can't fix this. When people say, what's the solution, coach? I can't solve for this. I can just explain why we're doing this and where we're going. But good luck. That's all I'm telling you. You got to convince people to do opposite. You got to convince people. We have another woman here, and she's going to give you an answer right here. This is a big black African woman. All right. What is she going to talk about here? She's going to talk about why women shouldn't have kids before age 25. All right. Here we go. And by the way, look at the ratios here. Look at the engagement. Why women shouldn't have kids until 25. 228,000 likes, 5,000 comments, 24,000 reposts. Here we go.
Girls come to me now, 23, 22, 21, getting married. I don't get excited. You don't even know you yet.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Because me, I'm of the school of thought that the earlier the better.
No, ma'am.
Especially because of when you meet people, when people are in college. No, there's
no harm in getting to know the person and meeting the person.
Okay,
but I don't think you are ready for marriage.
For marriage, okay.
Until the human brain is not fully developed till 26.
There you go.
Some of the stupid decisions our children take, it's not because they want to be stupid. It's that the brain is not fully developed.
Yeah. So the propaganda of the brain not developing, I warned you of this years ago. I told you people are going to take this too far. They're going to take this too far. So everybody, and now she done pushed it to 26. But like I told you, this whole idea of, and I always say brainstem just to make it a joke, but this idea that you have to wait to do something at the magical conjunction of the brainstem developing, now you should do all the important shit, is just dumb as fuck. And you will see these dumb people keep concluding that you shouldn't do anything before 25. So what do you do before? So 24, 23, you can do whatever the fuck you want with no consequences and you don't understand it. But all of a sudden at 26, you understand it. So no marriage and no kids. By the way, I'm not pushing for people to do this. You guys are trying to find a solution to marriage and all this. But if you have women like this telling other young women, your brainstem's not developed, you don't know you, don't get married and don't have kids, well, where does that put men? What does that put where women are doing between the ages of 16 and 25? They are fucking a lot. They're having a lot of sexual partners. So they're able to have multiple sexual partners, but not marriage and children. Okay. All right. Hey, listen, this is what you guys are doing. By the way, for people who are referencing, the point I'm referencing was a previous video that I showed of a young woman who was 21, ready to have sex with Rampage Jackson. Okay. At 21. So that seems to be fine. We're able to do that. These women are able to jump up here and go at 21. She's ready to get piped down by a 50-year-old man. All right, this is fine.
You like that black?
I'm white. I want to be
All right, she loves black dick. All right, she's able to do that. That's fine. And they're able to have these girls jump on OnlyFans and go shopping and trips and traveling and get sugar daddies. Oh, where was the other sugar daddy one? This was the other woman here at before age 25 saying that she sells pussy instead of hooking up because, yeah, all right, I can get paid from it right here.
Huh? What do you mean driving around these different colleges?
I had Tinder and I drove around to all these different colleges and got myself into bad debt. That's why my mom is paying off
Bad
my
debt
cards.
for how? Why?
I'm not asking for gas money because I would be driving like up to an hour.
Why were you driving to different college
For
campuses?
hookups or like.
So you were getting railed to different college campuses.
Yes.
This is fine, right? All right, but for some reason, marriage and children off the table. When you're trying to solve this problem, I've been telling you, this is a bigger problem than you can solve with debating. There's nothing you can do at this point. The world is going where it's going. Okay. All right. And as long as you have these belief systems, it is what it is. What are we doing here? We have the main event. So let's go ahead and enjoy this main event here. If you're a man that lives at home or lives under women, you're going to be offended by this presentation. But I really don't give a fuck. You know me. I could give less than a fuck. Son husbands, mama boys, fake pimps and players unite. Low quality and low frequency men. This message is for you. We got the main event inside the rise of the stay-at-home boyfriend. Why Gen Z has officially become the women they've always wanted. All right, so here's a interesting take here. We have the agendas, the social media programming, the mass media pushing forth this idea of men wanting to become stay-at-home boyfriends, not husbands, but boyfriends. Yeah, y'all thought stay-at-home wives were making a comeback. This is an article written in GQ magazine a few years ago of a guy who quit a tech job to cook and clean and serve as the seamstress for his girlfriend. This is written by a woman. All right. The stay-at-home boyfriend. Okay. We also have this. Let me go ahead and show you this. Where did I put it? All right. Where do I put it? That's what he said. Okay. Let me see here. This is a viral subject matter too, going viral here on the next couple of days on the internet. Here we go right here. We have compiled Instagram searches of this particular topic. The stay-at-home boyfriend is emerging as a defined economic trend of 2026, fueled by women taking a more dominant role in the U.S. workforce. The New World Order is busy. All right, as you can see, there's multiple posts. Proud to be a stay-at-home father. Multiple posts related to this. For the third time in history, women outnumber men in the U.S. workforce as the stay-at-home boyfriend becomes an economic trend. We had LeBron James saying, no, I'm gonna not talk about that one here. As you can see, multiple posts related to this one right here. More women are becoming breadwinners, and the stay-at-home boyfriend is on the rise. So people are going to celebrate this, yeah, man, I'll live another woman. Why not? Drizzle, drizzle. Guys, this is emasculation of men. This is not good. This ain't even feminism at this point. This is humiliation. All right. Not to say that men should be the protectors and providers and the utility, but this certainly isn't what the direction should be going. All right. This is definitely not going to help you as a man. And I'm going to give my evidence, case in point, evidence exhibit A. All right. This is a young man who posted a video saying big lesson of the day, fellas. All right. Let's go ahead and look at this video on Instagram. This is a man that has been kicked out of his house.
That's why you don't want to. Do that.
All right.
I pay rent, pay the fucking car note. I'm a stupid ass. Remember, fellas, put shit under your name. And now you're going to get fucked over, dog.
All right. So he's showing some transactions of him paying some rent, but he doesn't have anything in his name. And take a look.
I have to come from work. She comes out all my clothes. She just throws it out.
All right. With women being emotionally unstable, their emotions guide them. They're loyal to their emotions. yeah, they can be the breadwinner, but with this shit, nah, bro. Throwing my clothes out. We had an NBA player say his girlfriend bleached his clothes and caused $91,000 of damage because she got emotionally. She became hysterical. All right, no, this ain't the way. And so take a look at all his shit on the curb. The nigga had to pack all his shit in trash bags. All right, and took his fucking tools. There he is, a Mexican La Raza brother right there. A lot of men, he got tattoos on his face, so he probably served some jail time. Even though he's paying the bills, we know that paying the bills mean nothing because, well, she's pissed today, and all of that is for naught. And he thought he was earning loyalty. Gentlemen, we talk a lot about, whether you should trick, JUCO, whether you should not trick. What I'm going to tell you is men are always trying to find a solution to gain loyalty from women. Men are trying to buy loyalty from women. You're trying to put dick on her and control her for loyalty, a la Andrew Tate. Guys, there's no loyalty. The woman decides if she's loyal or not. Then she wakes up one day and decides she's not loyal anymore. That's how it works. You can't buy it. You can't dick control it. You can't dick police it. You can't genuinely burning desire it. You can't wish and hope it. The woman decides if she's loyal. Then she decides if she's not. That's how it works. You can't control it. Okay. What you can do is gain access or not. What men are trying to do is find a solution on how to control it. Use marriage, ecclesiastical marriages, contracts, motherfucking prenups. None of that works. She decides to, and she decides not to. That's how it works. End the fucking story. And so he thought that paying the bills, she would actually be like, oh, I'm loyal to him because he does that. And no, it didn't work. She's still kicking your ass to the damn curb. Okay? Gone. And now you looking like this, crying, tearing up, nowhere to go, all because you violated man rule number 1, tearing up. Okay?
Remember, fellas.
Right.
Don't be having kids with any fucking woman out here. Don't be having shit. Don't be paying shit if it's not under your name. Shit. We gonna get this. We gonna get back up.
Hey, man, as I say, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Keep living. It'll happen to you. Even the players of all players, even Radamez, gonna get that work. Keep living. You're gonna get that work, my nigga. All right, you can get that work, nigga, on any day of the week. Any given Monday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, love. Any day, even any given day, anybody can get that work. Don't think you are above not getting that work. Okay? With that being said, living under a woman is a bad idea. Even for the women, living under men, probably not the best idea. All right, you can get your ass tossed out to the curb at any particular point. We have Business Insider contributing to this particular agenda. Here says, I quit my tech job to be a stay-at-home boyfriend who cooks and cleans and sews for my girlfriend. Now, this is the same story we saw in GQ, but there is the so-called girlfriend right there.
Oh, the humanity.
Okay. I don't know, man. Them eyes looking a lot masculine there, but well, maybe it is a goyle. All right, but there it is. There she is right there. In some form or fashion, a lot of women will find this to be valuable. So in this case, the woman is 26, he's 25, and this might work for her at this age. Why? Because she's got a pet. All right, she got a goddamn golden retriever serving her. What's gonna happen is by the time she turns 34, she's gonna wake up, and now your shit is out on the lawn. You see what I mean? It's cute when you're young, but when you grow up, it ain't so good. She'll eventually wake up and go, what the hell am I doing? With this being said, we got stories about this. We have the New World Order news media covering this, a tragic trend for some women. All right, so let's see what this sister got to say about this particular tragic trend about stay-at-home boyfriends. Here we go.
Tragic trend for some women. The rise of the stay-at-home boyfriend.
What?
That's what I said.
No,
yes,
not real.
More and more, due to changing economic factors, Gen Z women are financially supporting the men in their life. Federal Reserve data show over the last 12 months, the number of jobs held by men fell by 142,000. Women gained 298,000 jobs. Indeed's hiring lab found 1.2 million jobs were added between February 2024 and February 2026, and 2/3 of those jobs went to women. So if you listen to Destiny's Child, ladies, leave your man at home. Probably because he can't afford a night out.
Because there's also the old school, ain't nothing going on but the rent.
All right. And somebody said in the comment sections, even in my chat, they were saying, I thought this is what they asked for. See, here's I'm going to say this again. This is where men, you have to mature a lot greatly. Please listen to me. This is why I call myself the king of kings on this subject matter. One thing that men are going and say, I thought this is what they asked for. I thought they wanted equality. I thought they wanted to be the boss babe. Guys, that's an immature response. What you're doing is not very masculine. That's not a masculine response. A masculine response is to say and understand that what women ask for, when they get it, they're not going to want whatever they ask for. When you understand that psychologically, you understand that you never give them what they ask for, because once they get it, they're not going to want it that way anymore. A woman will ask for something, get it, and then complain about how it was given to her. She will ask you to do something, and then you'll do it, and she will say, well, it's because I had to ask you to do it. You did it, and not appreciate that you did it. They will ask for equality, get it, and complain about said equality. They will ask to be breadwinners in their family, get it, and then shit on the men for being stay-at-home dads. Do you understand what I'm telling you? One of the shit tests that men have failed in America is continuing to believe that if you give women what they ask for, they'll be happy. But in reality, it's the opposite. In fact, giving them what they're asked for is failing the shit test on base principle. But then once they find out what they got, they're going to say, well, I didn't ask for it like that. You see what I'm saying? So they keep asking, you keep giving, thinking they're going to be pacified, only to find out they're going to later complain about the very thing that they asked for. As a mature man, you have to understand that. You can't just say, well, I thought you would be happy with this. Nigga, wake up. Wake up. Now, if you don't give it to them, guess what? They ain't going to be happy. So with that being said, what I tell you is women are not to be pleased. I told my wife that before I married her, and she still married her. My philosophy was women are not to be pleased. Pleasing women is a futile effort. You're never going to please them. You give them what they want, and fucking, if they don't like it, let them fucking walk. Okay? They're not to be pleased. That's a mature response. Telling them, I thought that's what you wanted, is an immature response. That means you don't understand women. Now, this isn't to shit on women, but you will learn this when you get experience with women. They will ask for something, you will give it, and they will ask for something else. Okay? Pretty simple, but a lot of guys are out here doing the drizzle and the immature red pill response. We're above the red pill. We're above the manosphere. Those people are clowns to me. That's fucking kindergarten. That's romper room to me. We're over here winning. They over there complaining. Okay? I've worked for women all my life. I've worked with women all my life. I've managed them, coached them, taught them. Trust me. You can give them the fucking world. Chris Rock says you can give them the world on a diamond dick, and they still gonna complain about it. You can have a 10-inch dick, she gonna complain about it. You can have a 2-inch dick, she gonna complain about it. You can buy them Louboutin high heel shoes and she'll beg for them. You'll buy and she'll complain about how her feet hurts walking in them. The fuck? She'll beg for them. Baby, them Leviton heels. You'll pay $1,000 and she'll go walking in them that night and can't walk in the motherfucker. Have you walking to the garage and picking her ass up off the corner and then mad that you left her on the corner to pick her up. Don't. Don't get me started. As men, my message to you is to understand, accept this, and know what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a person that cannot be pleased. They cannot see the positive side of anything. They always think they got the short end of the stick. They always think they got less juice in the cup. They always think somebody trying to screw them over. She said, we that bad, coach. Yes, you are. Accept it. And you know you're that bad. You know you're that bad. This is not a secret, but men think that that's the case. I'm going to find a way to please my girl. Okay. 20 years later, what happened? You're going to find out that was all for naught. Judge Mathis, Emmett Smith. The names go on and on. The most powerful, greatest men in this world have failed in this department. Name them. Michael Jordan failed. Mike Tyson failed. Donald Trump failed multiple times. Okay. Dr. Dre, smartest, most ingenious men. Elon Musk, Tom Brady, the greatest have fallen to the almighty Punani. You are no different. Deion Sanders, name the names. You can't beat this game. The only way you can't beat it, you can be the most attractive man in the world and lose your girl. Here's the most handsomest man in the world, divorce. Shit. Here's the richest man in the world, Jeff Bezos, divorced. Here's the best basketball player ever, divorced. The best quarterback of all time, divorced. The shortest man in the world, divorced. The tallest man in the world, divorced. The most muscular man in the world, divorced. The most powerful man in the world, divorced. The smartest man in the world, divorced. The richest man in the world, divorced. You can't beat it. The best rapper. You can't beat this game. This is who they are. So let me go to the next video. Accept this shit. So we got this video talking about why so many Gen Z women are supporting their men. All right. And men are going to be like, yeah, man, they support me. Okay, keep living that life. You're going to be like Radamez, kicked out to the curb. Here we go right here. When that woman turns 30, you're going to get kicked out.
There are so many Gen Z women funding their boyfriends' lives. Not only are they making more money than these guys, they're picking up after them, they're teaching them how to cook, they're helping them build their resumes and get jobs. In this new dynamic, women feel like they've become their boyfriends' mothers. I'm Angelina, a features writer for The Cut, and I just wrote the piece Call Her Mommy about how women are not only paying for, but also parenting their boyfriends.
Oh, wait.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
Golly. Parenting their boyfriends. So the pay is one thing, but now, of course, with payment comes power. If I pay the bills, I have the power. So if the woman pays the bills, she got the power. So now she's your mommy. She's your mommy. Man, these pacifier sucking on niggas, man, we are unbelievable, man.
There's a few reasons behind the rise of the mommy girlfriend. One is that women are simply graduating from college at higher rates, and they are getting jobs in growing fields like healthcare, teaching, and therapy that just attract women more than they do men. Meanwhile, jobs in male-dominated fields like finance, tech, or blue-collar work just aren't as in demand.
Okay, so economy. Economics. As I've been saying, economics runs relationships. All right. All signs. If you want to predict where relationships are going, simply economics. This is why I've always been right. I don't want to give away the secret, but people have been trying to religion and culture and mores and norms and agendas and politics. It's always economics. It is the number one predictor of the total how people are going to perform in relationships. All right. And a great one African American guy back in the 70s, I showed you this video, and he broke this down. When we're in an agrarian society, farms, a large amount of land, we were not all in the metropolitan area. You needed multiple hands. You married young and produced multiple kids, and so you can tend to the farm and the land. All right, that's agrarian culture. Even if you didn't own the farm, you needed people to tend the farms. You needed more people. You needed to procreate. You needed families to be ranch hands and slaves. You need to produce. Once we got cityfied, more metropolis, living in high rises, smaller places, men and women needing to work. Now, guess what? The priority is not children. How am I going to have children living in 300, 400, 500, 600 square feet? Having 6 kids doesn't make sense. How am I going to raise kids when I got to go to work? Economics. Okay, pretty simple. It's gonna solve the problem all the time. Just point to the economics. I will point to relationships. It's not that women are different. I mean, it's not women are different. Men are different. But you can't solve the economics, or you can't look at the economics and see that the economics dictates relationships. You're gonna lose the conversation every single time.
But the bigger issue is that the women I spoke with feel like their boyfriends just lack ambition. These girls are out there hustling. They are working multiple jobs to pay rent.
Okay, so this is feminism as well, because now more jobs are going to go to women, right? They get hired faster, especially younger, right? Young piece of tail going to get the job faster than a young nigga that look like Larry Bird, all right? Young white boy that look like Larry Bird with a crustache. Let me pull this up. All right, Larry Bird in college. Okay. So if a young white boy, all right, comes into some job and he wants to get a job looking like this, skinny, scrawny, acne, pimple pus, crusty ass mustache, he ain't getting no job. The only got a job he's gonna get. Right, he can't get a job in manufacturing and any technology. He can't get a job to support himself, scrawny and shit. Right, this nigga ain't getting no job. But a young white woman that age definitely going to get a job in any of these fields. She's going to get the benefit of the doubt. She's going to get a job. She's going to get a promotion. She's going to get a bank teller job, because everybody need a young piece of ass around the office. Every manager, hiring manager, and women hiring managers going to see and cultivate this woman and giving her opportunity to support herself. They're going to leave the young men out. Young men have been left out of this marketplace. Not even encouraged to get into there. Just be better and watch all these women get degrees and all this shit. All right. So young boys are completely abandoned, pushed to the side. They don't get potential. By the way, if you look at the gender pay gap, there's no gender pay gap between the ages of 18 and 30. Women make more money, or they have better earning potential than young men in that age group. All right, there's no gender pay gap. The gender pay gap the myth of it seemingly seems to start when women get in the age of producing children. And then when they have to return to work, then there's this big old gap. All right. But in between the ages of 18 and 28, there's no gender pay gap. The gender pay gap, the women have the benefits. The women have the most money. So a 25-year-old woman mostly is going to make more than a 25-year-old man. That's how it works. Unfortunately, those women think there's a great amount of men making $100,000 a year while she's making 60. Okay, so that's where we are. Okay. And I used to have a chart that showed that. I had a chart that showed that, but I don't have time. And I used to show that chart all the time. But women have way more earning potential when they're in that age group. And now this is Gen Z. Young women have way more earning potential down. When you put waitress, strip club, flight attendant, OnlyFans, Instagram model, TikTok, right? They're going to have way more earning potential, nurse, than young boys, young men. So they're going to have the bag more than likely at this point.
in their studio apartments, and their boyfriends are doing none of that. They are living at home, they're scrolling their Instagram reels, they're working part-time jobs as baristas despite the fact that they have elite university degrees. They just seem in no rush to be adults. They are frankly too comfortable with the situation.
All right, and so this is where you get the ick, where men are making TikToks and shit like this. All right.
Sugar babies, or they brag about how their girlfriends pick up the bill at a restaurant. Meanwhile, the women I spoke with aren't as happy. As one put it quite succinctly, if I wanted to finance a human being, I'd have a kid. Women say their boyfriends aren't balancing things out by doing the laundry or having dinner on the table when they come home. And they have this larger feeling of resentment that they have to work so much harder than their boyfriends to be successful.
Okay, so women between this age are going to be 22 to 25, and they're going to deal with this, and then they'll be my sugar baby at 25 when she breaks up with this bum nigga. All right, or she'll still be fucking him while I'm fucking her, right? And she'll just kind of patch it up, and this dude will be telling me I'm tricking on her, and he living off my money, right? All right, I'm living off my money. I'm living off your money. Oh, I'm also fucking your girl. All right, I guess that makes sense to you. Dudes will make sense of this. There are guys that'll make sense of this. They'll be like, the money you spend on her, she spends on me. Okay. Enjoy that Happy Meal, sir. Enjoy the motherfucking extra large fries if you want. Like, go, but guys will justify this. They'll say, yeah, what's the problem? A woman's paying me, I'm better than you. You have to pay her. Oh, wow. Like, oh my Lord. Like, I suppose, but I wouldn't make a long-term plan of this. Like, once you turn 30, she's going to wake up. She's going to wake up around between 25 and 30. You're not going to get this for very long. All right. This is going to be pretty bad. You're going to get a wake-up call. I wouldn't make this a long-term plan.
As women age, the pay gap widens. And once they have children, it becomes so much harder to get.
All right, I said that.
So while it's one thing to support your boyfriend who's genuinely trying very hard to get a job in tech, it's another to fund the life of what feels like your overgrown teenage son who's just loafing around because he knows ultimately he'll be fine. If you want to read more.
All right, we don't. All right, but thank you for that story. Let's go ahead and show you this. This is what year was this posted? This was posted 2 days ago. So this is a trending topic. This is the idea for the third time in history. Women outnumber men in the workforce as the stay-at-home boyfriend becomes an economic trend. By the way, this is the second time in history was right before COVID. All right. And I remember showing this and them bragging about it. And I said, this is not good. And then COVID hit and it turned quickly away. All right. Where women became the people who had to do the double duty. They had, so women, but right around January of 2020, they were bragging that women now outnumber men in the workforce. Then COVID hit. And then they slowly lost that. Let me see here. Women outnumber men in the workforce. All right. And then COVID hit and then all them jobs went bye-bye. Essential worker. So I'm going to show you this real quick. As proof. And I'm going to make a point. There it is. January 2020, right before COVID. COVID was February, March 2020. Women outnumber men in American workforce. It says for only the second time in U.S. history. Now, what happened? Economic collapse of epic proportion. All right. So the reason I bring that up is all that has to happen to throw those numbers askew is an economic collapse, which we're on the verge of right now. You're like, we're on the verge of this right now. Soon as the economy fucking crashes, this will be irrelevant. Now it's just going to be back to, layoffs. Layoffs. Cooked. All right. That shit will go bye-bye real fast within months. All right. But keep bragging about it. Speaking of bragging, we have a video of more single women outpace single men in home ownership. More of this propaganda agenda politics at play. Here it is right here. So you will find that women will buy a house and then try to find a relationship thereafter.
Oh, welcome to my home. 31-year-old Maya Dantzler just closed on her very first house in Charlotte, North Carolina. She's been living in a very cool apartment in a converted cotton mill, but this is now home.
This is my primary. Look at this wall.
A spacious main bedroom,
I have 2 closets.
a sole homeowner.
You see this? Beautiful. I graduated from Emory with my MBA. I'm
There it is, MBA, PhD.
2 years out of school. I'm making
Congratulations to her.
good money now, and I want to just generate some more wealth.
Dantzler's hardly an outlier. The share of home buyers who are single women has just about doubled since 1981. Last year, there were 20 million of them.
The increase over the last decade has really been for all categories of single women. So that's never married, that's divorced, that's
Yeah, of course.
separated. We've seen growth among all of those different components.
All right. Soon as them can't pay that mortgage, I'm just gonna say, man, that's a housing bubble. This is a housing bubble, just so you guys know. All right, this is a bubble, but not for all women. Some women will be able to maintain this. All right. But by the way, people are gonna say, man, coach, how you shitting on this? There's ladies like, come on, man, coach, why you shitting on this? Let me give you my evidence. Can you tell me, man? Look, let me give you my evidence of why this can possibly not be good. Watch this. They said the same thing for college degrees. They said the same thing for college degrees. Women outnumber men in college. Then guess what? They started trying to vote in Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden. Joe Biden got elected solely on student loan deficit because women own 70% of the student loan debt. Like, we literally were voting in people solely for student loan debt. I showed you a poll that said the number one issue for why women voted the way they voted was student loan debt alone. That was the number one, almost some of the sole issue as to why they were trying to force that motherfucking Jewish guy into the office. What's that Jewish socialist communist guy? I can't think of his name. They were only backing these candidates because they were trying to get out of this debt. Now, they were saying that they didn't understand the contract of what they signed of the debt. That was one of the things. Bernie Sanders. Okay, so they were saying, look, we didn't understand the contract. We didn't know what we were signing. Okay, watch this. This is what they're going to use when they can no longer pay. If they end up in this debt bubble, they're going to be like, well, we didn't understand the mortgage contract. I'm telling you, bro, I'm letting you know. I'm going to live long enough to show you that this is going to happen. And this is another Coach Adamas prediction. They're going to end up saying, well, we didn't understand it. We thought we owned this. We didn't understand the HOA. We didn't understand property taxes. Come on, man. This is too fucking easy for me. While I'm happy for these women for doing this, this is too easy. We didn't understand that it was going to take a financial loss when we resell. We didn't understand equity. We didn't understand the HELOC. We didn't understand when they reappraise the house and you buy a new house, a new construction, and then they readjust the new construction price based on the new year. So it was, your payment was 1 point, and then when they readjust with the property taxes, your payment balloons. We didn't understand the adjustable rate. Okay, we thought we could just refinance, but I got bad credit. I want to refinance anyway, and then I didn't understand I was taking the equity out of the house. Bro, this is just a layup for me at this point. This is the same thing they said about student loan debt. They bragged that women went to college, yet they sitting on still 70%, 67% of student loan debt, and then voting politically to eradicate the debt. They make enough money to pay off the debt. There's bitches they dying with debt. They literally like, yo, I'm dying with this debt. Fuck it. And now they trying to change the law so they can take the debt out of these people's paychecks. Okay, so this, again, is going to be another one of these examples. Don't at me on this one. All right, so let's continue here. Okay, let's continue. We have a conservative woman talking about this issue. Stay-at-home boyfriend. This is Brett Cooper on Fox Snooze. Okay, Fox Snooze. Stay-at-home boyfriends is not an economic trend. This was yesterday. Let's play the clip.
90s, men held nearly 7 million more jobs than women. In 2026, this year, more women held jobs than men in the U.S. Would you ever go for this? Would you let your boyfriend stay at home while you go out and work?
No, not at all. And what's so funny is that a couple of years ago on TikTok, the opposite was true. There were all of these stay-at-home girlfriends that were going viral, and all the men in the comment section were going, this is so ridiculous. You go to Pilates, you get your nails done, and we're providing for you. We're not even married. You don't have kids you're taking care of. This is so ridiculous. And so it's hilarious to see it switch. But honestly, I'm not surprised by this. I feel like if you look at the numbers of what's been happening with men and women, this should be expected. I mean, we spent the last decade trying to keep straight white men out of the workforce and promoting women above them. So this seems like, unfortunately, the logical conclusion of all of that. So if you're unhappy with it, society, it's the bed we made.
Who's to blame for this? Is it that kid's parents? I mean, where's the dad that tells him, son, go to work?
Okay, so as you can see, back the conservative Fox News, I'm curious. I do have a longer clip if we do have time to listen to this. But immediately, guess whose fault it was? All right, they immediately blamed Jermaine.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Okay, immediately. Whose fault is this? Where's the dad? All right, now it's the father's fault. Right? Again, once you start blaming feminism, and the women are like, no, it's not feminism's fault. What do you mean, feminism? And when I'm gonna say, well, this is a feminist, this is a what I would call a side effect of feminism. This is an unintended consequence of feminism. They basically said women outnumber men in the workforce. That's feminism. Okay. Affirmative action, DEI. That would be what women wanted. Now, unintended consequences, men become apathetic. They become apathetic. They say, well, what's the point to contributing to a society as such? Now, I'm not saying that's a proper response, but men become apathetic. That's the same thing as socialism. Socialism sounds right when you equally distribute X, Y, and Z. Then you start seeing the side effects of socialism and go, I don't know about that. Well, you can't vote socialism out anymore. You voted it in. Same thing as feminism. You voted it in. You rolled the wave of all the good shit. Now here is the side effect. Men become apathetic. They become sort of like, what's the point? I'm not going to get a family. I can't have sex with the women I want. I can't date. It's too expensive. They're not giving me jobs. My jobs are being phased out. They get jobs. Men become apathetic. Boom. Side effect. Let's blame the fathers. Let's blame these punk ass men. It's feminism's fault. Oh, that's misogynistic. But, you know, like I said, we've pointed our way to this direction for so long. Now they're getting what they want. And now they thought that they can also maintain the other things that they were getting. It's like a brain of a child. Okay, men are going to provide and protect. We're also going to dominate the work industry. Okay, more women are going to work, but these men are going to still protect and provide. How does that make sense? But in the woman's world, in woman's brain, that makes sense. Okay, a woman will think, I'll get divorced and he'll still support me. She divorces you and then you stop giving her money. You don't pay no alimony, no child support. And she says, wait a minute, aren't you going to still give me money to get me on my feet? And you're like, no, we're divorced. They start going, why would you not support me? I'm the mother of your children. And you're like, bitch. You're like, we're no longer married. I don't have to give you any money and support you. Wouldn't you want to have thought to ask me that before you divorce me? Like saying, like, before you file for divorce, come to me and say, well, if I divorce you, will you still support me? And then I say, bitch, are you crazy? That's going to make you think, well, I shouldn't divorce this nigga. But what you did was you attacked me with a divorce. 70-80% of women are filing, and then want to negotiate the terms after attacking me with the divorce. Aren't you going to still provide for me? Bitch, is you crazy? And then shit on me for not doing the support. Well, I figured he would help me get on my feet, and I figured he would help me take care of the kids, and I figured he would. Well, you acted wrong. You figured wrong. That's not how it works. This is similar. Women are going to be girl bosses. Women are going to make just as much money as men. Women are going to outnumber men in the workforce. Hey, why? How come these men don't want to go to work no more? How can you have a segment with these two bird brains? Ladies and gentlemen, they just put this on the screen and wondered why the males did not want to go to work. Like, they wonder why the men didn't support anymore. What a world we live in. And this is the people, this is why I don't provide solutions for you people, because this is what you're presenting for me. You're shitting on the world and then telling me to clean it up. You're asking for things to change, getting the change, and then telling me to put it back the way it was before the change happened. How can I provide a solution towards this? There is none. You're giving me nothing to work with. I don't have a 40-point play. I can't clean this shit up. You're asking for benefits, and then when the benefits come, you happy. Now all of a sudden the bills come, and now you're not happy no more. Wait a minute, there's bills? Yes, you got a paycheck. Now you got to pay bills. I thought you knew that. Don't complain now that the bills done came. Same thing. Another thing, men and women, you'll ask to make more money, thinking that your bills are not going to increase. Well, you make $30,000 a year. Your bills are outpacing you slightly, but they're the bills of a $30,000 a year person. When you make $130,000 a year, your bills are going to go up, skyrocket. Your $130,000 salary doesn't keep $30,000 a year bills. So now you got a house. You have not one air conditioning unit, but two. I hope you know that. Y'all niggas want houses. Upstairs, downstairs, you have two air conditioning units. One for upstairs, one for downstairs. That means your bill is going to increase because you're going to be upstairs and downstairs, you goofy motherfucker. And don't let one of them go out. Now you have a 2-3 car garage and you have shit you're putting in there. One vehicle, a motorcycle, a boat, jet skis, or wave runners or some shit like that. Now you have bills to cover that. Insurance, storage fees, trailers, car insurance, motorcycle insurance. Don't let that motherfucking plumbing or a pipe burst, nigga, or a water heater go out. Now you got bills. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is where people, yeah, you got I want a pool in the backyard. And now you got a heated pool in the backyard. Boom. Water bill up, heat, electric up. I mean, this is where people don't think. And this is why I can't help most people, is because they want an effect, but they want a cause. They want to fix the cause, but not expect the effect to come through. It's what it is, man. You got to be prepared for this, and this is getting people ready for adulthood. But by the way, good luck to you guys out here related to this. I think the solution is within yourself. I would not fall for this. I think this is somewhat excessive propaganda by these companies to try to shit and emasculate men. We've seen this with the son husbandry with Jaden Daniels emasculating that young man, and he's a gladiator and leader of his team, yet he's giving his mama a piggyback ride. I mean, there's so much of this emasculation of the men out here is ridiculous. But, you know, if you don't think that's the case, that's your own personal opinion. I'm going to solve this by, you know, responding to these supports, and then we'll conclude this episode. Thank you for the support and watching. We're just going to read super chats on the way out, and hit the like button as you exit, and all of that in a bag of chips ahoy. And thank you for joining us. All right, we got some support here that we need to acknowledge on the Cash App. Hustle Every Day says, even Radamez getting that work. Coach is hilarious. You know, the black pill guys, the guys that think, oh, women like this, and they like tall guys, young guys, old guys, money guys, rich guys, muscular guys, niggas with abs, men with tattoos. Trust me, nerds, geeks, everybody getting that work, nigga. Every single one of these people can get that work when a woman changes their mind. The one thing that women get is changing their mind, and men don't see it coming. Women change their mind like the wind changes directions. Okay. And that is going to affect your world. This is what I call the bait and switch. It's going to affect your world. She's going to assume that because you're in a relationship and she changed her mind, that you're going to go with what her mind change is. And if you don't, all hell to pay. If you do, you're a bitch ass nigga. You're in the quagmire. Then that means every time she changes her mind, you got to go with it. Well, you changed your mind last time. You did it last time. This happens in the middle of your relationship, in the middle of your long-term marriage, and then boom, now you got to make a decision. I made a decision when my wife started changing her mind. I told her to go fuck herself, and then I had to pay the goddamn restock fee. When you tell your wife to go fuck herself, guess what happens? You're gonna have to pay up. That's the system you volunteered for. You signed that marriage license, right? I was like, go fuck yourself then. And then guess what? I was paying years, decade of pain just so I told her to go take a long walk off of a short pier. All right. So most time you ain't getting out of it unscathed. Shout out to Brandon Beach says, literally everything you said about going to another country and seeing how other people, what they have, it was what I realized when I was stationed overseas in Italy. Then to come back to America and hear people complain about their position makes me realize the bar is low. Okay. The bar is low. Okay. Gentlemen, in America, you have been born with the greatest advantage of almost any human beings that have ever lived. I know you don't believe this. America is great to me. All right. I don't give a fuck about the past. Well, they used to lynch your grandfather and shit. Well, I knew my grandfather. He didn't get lynched. My great grandfather played in the Negro leagues. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about, nigga. All right. But at the end of the day, bro, being born in America in 2026 is the greatest advantage you can ever have in this world. Are there better places to live? Sure. But you don't hear niggas becoming Jay-Z in Spain. You know what I mean? Like, you can't become Jay-Z in another country. You can't. You can't become Jay-Z in another country. You can only become Jay-Z in America. That's it. And does everybody become Jay-Z in America? No, but you definitely start off making 20,000, then go to 30,000, then 40,000, and 50,000, and 60,000, and 70, and 100, and 120, and 140. You do that shit in 10 to 15 years. Go to another country and do it. Go to Brazil and do that. Can't do it. Go to Argentina and do it. Can't do it. Go to Colombia and do it. Can't do it. Go to the Philippines. They make $11 a day. Can't do it. Go to Japan. Can't do it. Well, you could probably get closer doing it in Japan. All right. Go to China and do it. Can't do it. Go to London and do it. Can't do it. It's impossible. The system doesn't allow for it. You literally got an advantage just born in the United States. Even born poor, you got a better advantage over the poor people born in their country. Yeah. It ain't even close to a discussion. It's not even a discussion. This is not even a discussion. There's no debate. Well, Sweden is better. Okay, go, take your monkey ass to Sweden. It's winter for 10 months. Go live in Sweden. Go live in the snow some of y'all live in the snow in Sweden and America. Hustle Every Day says, actually, it's better for a woman to become pregnant at 14 than 42. Now, if she has kids already and has a baby at 42, it takes less effort because kids grow faster around family units. Baby making is for young folks. Don't at me on this one. It's not even a debate. Somebody said visit Africa. I will. Africa's not an easy trip to make, so it takes me a while to get through Africa. But not like I'm expecting it to be better than America. All right, don't make that argument, nigga. All right, I'll visit Africa when I want to, but Africa is one of them trips you got to make once and go around for a month and a half. All right, I'm not making multiple trips to Africa. All right. Africa is not an easy trip to make. Fly to, get in and out, and had them African niggas begging me. All right. But begging me for shit and glad handing and panhandling me. And them niggas walking around with berets and shit. We'll protect you, sir. Brother, them they walking around. You know them niggas be walking around in they fake military suits and berets and shit. All right, we'll protect you in holding AK-47s that they stole from Belgian military niggas. We'll protect you. I'm riding around in a Jeep and shit, and they running around side of me with they military suit and they berets, doing they cheap ass salutes and shit, Lumumba salutes. Then all of a sudden, as soon as I turn my motherfucking, they got me safe in there. Now they robbing me and kidnapping me and shit. I thought you niggas was supposed to protect me. We are protecting you, nigga, and we robbing you now. As soon as they get you where they want to get you, we gonna take you through here. We gonna take you through there and take you back there. They close a large ass gate, and all of a sudden now I'm back there with just them niggas. Now they kidnapping me and robbing me and holding me hostage and shit. What's wrong with you niggas? I thought you was protecting me. I got to hire niggas to protect me from you, nigga. I'm protecting you from these niggas. Now I need somebody to hire me to protect me from you niggas. Well, we protected you, nigga, because these other niggas will rob you blind and kill you. We ain't gonna kill you at least. So pay up. All right, Suge Knight ass African niggas. All right, oh my Lord, I thought you was looking out for me. Fuck niggas over there in Africa. Bitch ass niggas. I know what I'm walking into. Don't act like them people going, oh, brother, we gonna protect you, brother. Nah. Fuck out of here. Anyway. All right, I know how the shit work. Anyway, what are we doing here? African niggas mad at me. Shout out to SB57. Coaches spitting facts. I knew a psychiatrist that recently cheated on her husband but stayed for financial purposes. Also, I know a flatback supreme I met on the dark side that's actually a psychiatrist. Woo wee. Just like that. Just like that, man. That's psychology. Oh, I know a couple of women that at my JUCO that are psychologists. Yeah, man. It's not good. It ain't all good, man. Jay says, Coach, what are the certain mannerisms, gestures that you have always been right about a woman to figure if she's classy versus non-classy? For example, most women reverse park their car always turn out non-classy. Most people who reverse park their car always turn out non-classy. I don't know. I would say holding a wine glass. All right. Or something like that. I can't think of. Maybe I'll think about that. But you know, Madonna whore complex is what I talked about. We like to box women into these classy versus non-classy, whore versus good girl. Really, they're both. Women are both. And I've had my best situation are dealing with women who are where I understand she's both. All right. Where men that struggle with women try to find the woman that's one or the other. All right. They either want the whore or they want the Madonna. I know women can be Madonna and the whore, and they're most likely to be Madonna and the whore. They're both. So I know a woman could be an absolute trash. She could be a trashy whore in bed and be a classy woman outside. And the more I understand and accept that she is a whore in the bedroom, then I can put her in classy situations. Now, the fake bougie women, I found that fake to be classy are trashy. Now, you have to really find this out. There's some, you know, shout out to JoJo Inspire. She really breaks this down well. There are bougie women that I stay away from. Bougie women, you know, bad and bougie bitches. These women fake to be classy and are not classy at all. They're practicing to be classy. They're emulating some sort of classy behavior they've witnessed and seen online. I stay away from bad and bougie bitches, and these happen to be almost always black women or light-skinned bitches or some shit like this. I don't like bad and bougie bitches. These women are not attractive to me. I barely even like to sleep with these women. Okay. I barely even like we have a non-strag policy at the JUCO, and bad and bougie women are strags to me. All right. David calls them well-dressed drags. Yeah, they just know how to get a pencil skirt and a blouse and cover up their tattoos on their chests. Like, you know, every now and then they're good. But fucking them is like fucking about, you know. Yeah, tatted up bougie bitches covering up all their tattoos on their hands and wrists and arms and shit and swords on their chests. And now she's grown up, and go back and do a criminal background check on that fucking whore. All right. These people are bad news. And then, of course, you break up with her, you do her wrong. You're going to see her in her bonnet going crazy. All right. And she still hangs out with niggas and fake pimps and hustlers and niggas that sell weed. She still hangs out with all these people. She just knows how to dress well every now and then. So I don't deal with strags and bad and bougie broads. All right. People think I'd take anything and pay anybody. I don't. All right. Yep. You break up with them. Pookie's at your door and shit because she hanging out with them niggas on the weekend, and then she comes out dressed for you on Saturday night after hanging out with these niggas smoking weed at the lake on Friday. Yeah, I try to stay away from them bitches, man. Them big eyelash bitches. No, hell no. Anyway, Callie West says, I'm not a Tatum fan, but per se, but he wants black people to no longer play the victim card. When he said Rosa Parks wasn't the first to refuse the move, everyone got mad at him when he, in reality, integration destroyed black bus systems under Marxist Luther King, straight ninja bubble. Shout out to Callie West. And, you know, black people are waking up to the realities of the civil rights movement. A lot of it, you were misinformed. All right. And you were gaslit to believe certain things. And once you dive into the details and see shit, you're like, wow. Like, it's important to know that Rosa Parks was a prop. All right. She was used for, she was moved for a cultural movement. She was not discriminated against. And then when you find out her husband had a car and you start looking at the shit, you're like, well, it puts it in a different light. She wasn't actually just a victim. It was actually a organized move to highlight discrimination, right? So that's quite different. But by the way, you guys have been victimized by this very same thing. You guys have been told something's one way, and then it was actually another way. And once you try to attack, like George Floyd, you thought this guy was minding his own business, not doing anything, and the cop put a knee to his neck. Now, that's what happened, and it's tragic that happened. But then when you start finding out he was on fentanyl and start finding out that he bounced a bad check, all right, and then he was resisting arrest, and now you start going, well, that's quite different than what it was presented. And then when you present what really happened, then you get shouted down, canceled, deplatformed, censored. You're like, wait a minute, I only just told a reality. Like, I only just said he wasn't just an unarmed black man minding his business. I just told you what happened, and now they shout you down, and they was like, nigga, it don't matter. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, it really matters. That matters, nigga, to the whole context, because they tried to make like it would happen to you. That's going to happen to you. You're going to be minding your own business, and the cop's going to put a knee in your neck, and you're going to die. That's how they presented it. And then they got y'all niggas burning down the city. And then, oh, well, he beat his ex-wife and put a gun to the head or the belly of his ex-girlfriend. Now you start finding these things out, and you go, he's certainly not like me. He's not like me. That happened to a person who kind of had a life that was leading towards that, as opposed to me minding my own business, going back and forth to work, and the cop's going to stop me and put a needle in my neck. You see the difference? It makes a difference to learn the true facts, as opposed to just be like, well, the facts don't matter. It's tough. All right. Shout out to our brother Higher Think. He says, thank you for continuing to be 100% out here. I'm out here 100% real. Rick from H-Sound says, not to continue the Gen Z onslaught, but I recently read an article that 20% of Gen Z are going to job interviews with their parents. I've seen that too, Rick from H-Town. That is true. 20% of Gen Z men are going to job interviews with their parents. Like, Jesus. Puckman says, I teared up in front of the finest Latina I was dating in front of a David Bowie memorial the day after he died in New York City. Needless to say, I never heard from her again. Nope. Ladies, the trap about learning how to be a man is listening to women's input about how to be a man. It's okay if men cry in front of women. But see, the point of being a man is learning how to be a man from men, not women. Because they'll tell you it's okay and don't listen to these men. They're forcing you to be hyper masculine. I get it. But guys, you listen to women telling you what's okay about a man, and then you fuck around and do it. And you got a fine Latina bitch in front of you, a fine Puerto Rican, and you go to crying in front of her, skedaddle. She gone. It's not just a, it's okay. You listen to liberal white women, they'll tell you anything's okay. Not do it in front of a black woman. Do it in front of a Latina. Okay, it's gonna be completely different. So yeah, it's sacred philosophy that men learn how to be men for men. All right, don't listen to women tell you how to be a man. Even your mama, after age 13, can offer very little to you in terms of being a man. Okay. And I believe that 100%. Now, that doesn't mean she loses value, but in terms of being a man, your mother is ill-equipped. She doesn't have a dick. She has never had to live a day in her life as a man. Even if she's 100% understanding and sympathetic to you about being a man, she's ill-equipped to prepare you for manhood as a man after the age, or once you turn 13, she's ill-equipped. She can better you in many other ways, but not to be a man. So, and same thing for daughters. I can't really tell a young daughter what to do once she starts dripping blood. Once she has her periods, her mom's job is to take her where she needs to go. And if her mom is done, if you're not confident that the mother is going to properly raise your daughter after she starts getting her hormones and her period, well, you picked the wrong fucking woman. You picked the wrong woman to have a baby by. And you might not find out until your daughter starts turning 13, 14, and 15 what your girlfriend, wife, or baby mama's really like with your daughter. All right. And it's going to be too late. Whoops. You made a mistake. If she don't do what she needs to do to properly prepare your daughter for the world. Sparkwater says, Coach is 10,000% spot on. You cannot make them happy. All right. I tell every woman I'm involved with, my job is to not make you happy. Now, the things that I do might make you happy. They might not. But my job is to not make you happy. Don't come to me looking for happiness. If you're incomplete or you're looking for me to spoil you or make you happy, and you're going to be greatly disappointed. You're going to be greatly disappointed. Now, you're going to be happy sometimes, but sometimes you're going to be like, damn, what the fuck? And I'm going to be like, tough titty. Now, I know if I do that 2 or 3 times, she's gone. All right. So she's going to find something else. And everything you did for her is for naught, more than likely. Snaptech Fix says, my girlfriend at the time begged for $700 Fendi sandals. I shut it down for weeks. Guess what? She probably kept asking. I came up with some extra money via an option play. I caved and took her to get the sandals. She literally wore them twice and complained about the fit and style both times. Told myself never again. Free agent lifestyle for life. Okay. You know, right? You thought you was gonna make her happy. I'm gonna get points. Always told married men, these punk ass married men, I'm gonna get some pussy points. No, you're not. Justin says, do you believe that men that are late bloomers with women aged 25 to 31 have higher sex drives? I didn't get my first relationship until 28, 31 now, and I have been told I have a very high sex drive and my testosterone levels are higher than normal. I don't believe so per se, but what I will say is women are used to dealing with men who have low sex drive or that they can tame their sex drive. All right. So it's not that you have a high sex drive. You might potentially do. People might say I have a high sex drive. But I believe that I have a normal sex drive. I think men have been tamed. You some tamed ass niggas. You niggas are tamed. All right. You let women tame your sex drive. Society tame your sex drive. You ask society how much sex is normal and shit. Y'all niggas need to be fucking. People need to be fucking. Like a lot more than you do. Right, period. But a woman will be like, not today. Can you wait tomorrow? That's taming your sex drive. Bitch, I can't wait. All right. Don't wait to tell me when my dick is about to get pleasure. Okay, step to the side, ma'am. All right. Let me get somebody up here. Open your legs. All right. But then they'll be like, you couldn't wait an extra day? No. Don't tell me when I can wait to get my dick pleasure. Like, what kind of shit is this, bro? Like, what kind of world do y'all live in? Y'all crazy. Don't tell me when my dick can get pleasure. Well, you should be able to wait. I can't. Well, something wrong with you. It's not. There's nothing wrong with me. I just want to bust a nut. Don't tell me when I need to wait. You can wait till the evening. You can wait till the kids go to bed. No. My dick don't get pleasured on appointments when it's convenient to you. I decide when my dick gets pleasured. The fuck? Like, then they'll say you got a high sex drive and you need it multiple times a day. I do. I'm not. There's nothing wrong with me. There's something wrong with you. The fuck? Like, these people are crazy, bro. I decide when I get pleasured and there's nothing wrong with it. Don't make it something wrong with me because I want to get my dick pleasure. Like, what kind of shit is this? Like, make that make sense. Don't tell me when I get the bus. You don't get to tell me how much I get the bus off. If I feel like busting off, I feel like busting off. Well, you must be an addict. I'm not. What? What's wrong with you people? Okay, if you can't keep up, step to the side. You can't keep up, step to the side. Bring in another girl. What is this? They want to tell you how much you should be able to bust and when you should be able to wait, and you can wait 2 more days and wait 90 days and wait 2 more hours. Nah, that's not how I work. You ain't gonna tame my dick. All right, it is what it is. Trying to tame me and shit. All right, fuck all that, bro. Y'all crazy ass niggas today, man. Then they want to tell you an addict. Oh man, no, y'all crazy. You just have a low sex drive. Go step over to the side. Men will try to tell you, man, you got a problem. No, I don't. You got the problem. Period. Let me conquer and let me impregnate as many women as I can and can afford to. You bitch ass beta male, Jiffy Lube ass nigga, go stay over there with your fat wife and not pleasure yourself to, and let her tame and dictate when you get. Go for it, but not me. I don't do that shit. If I want somebody in the morning and a different woman in the afternoon and a different woman at night, don't tame my dick. If you a girlfriend and come into my life and tell me, well, you can't have a threesome. No, you can't. I can't have a threesome with you. All right, but I'm going to have a threesome. Like what? I'm going to just give up threesomes to be in a relationship with you? No. Just don't be a part of the threesomes that I have. Come on. And look, like what? Why don't people see things my way? And why do people make you weird for agreeing with me? This is common sense. This is common sense. I think this is like the most common sense response, but for some reason, this is like weird to people. Like, why is this weird? Why are you weird, CGA? This is literally common sense, but y'all made these motherfuckers tame your dicks and make you feel bad for having sex. You should feel bad for liking young women. You shouldn't be liking young women. Nigga, men don't like young bitches. The whole humanity, our entire human existence has been around young pussy. But I'm supposed to feel weird about wanting to squeeze off on a 22-year-old because I'm 50. You shouldn't be. By the way, let me play this clip. You shouldn't be wanting her because your daughter's 22 and she 22. Now, what kind of sense does that make? What does my daughter being 22 has to do with me squeezing off on a 22-year-old woman? What the fuck is y'all talking about? Like, y'all some weirdos out here. Y'all don't make no sense. This is like what? This is a guy named Todd Tucker. Pause. This is Candace Burris. White people, these are Negroes. These are important Negroes to Negroes. White people, you don't know who the fuck I'm talking about, but Negroes in Atlanta who know who I'm talking about. So this guy says he recently divorced Candace Burris. Candace Burris is paying him alimony. He asks, how young is too young and how old is too old?
What's up, y'all? It's your boy, co-parenting daddy. Oh, look at that sunrise right there behind me. Good morning. I'm just out here. Hey, so my question today, you know I'm always asking for a friend, is as you get back out there dating, how young is too young? And is there an age that's too old? So my buddy said, if you're going to go younger, you got to go your oldest child's age and add 8 years.
What? See, this is what I'm talking about. What in the hell are you talking about, nigga? What data? My homeboy said, you go your oldest child's age and add 8. You guys fall for this shit. You let internet niggas, I heard, remember Kevin Samuels used to push have your age plus 7. That is the dumbest shit I ever heard. That makes no sense. That makes sense to you normie niggas to feel better. When I'm in the Philippines, that equation doesn't exist. When I'm in Thailand, that equation doesn't, that only makes sense to you American cucks and beta males that want to pleasure your dick. You're letting people decide how your dick gets pleasured. Like what? With some dumb equation they pulled out of their ass. Half your age plus 7. Your daughter's oldest age plus 8. This. What? The proper response would be legal age and up. Now, if you don't have to do the age of majority, you don't have to do the oldest age of majority. You don't have to, but it's fine. Anybody that wants to make it weird, that's your problem. It ain't mine. Don't make it my problem. That's your problem. But it's not your dick getting pleasure, and that's her consenting. You don't make it. Don't get involved in my business. It's mine. It's her choice. We're consenting adults. Oh, well, if it was lower, you would go lower. Mind your business. That's you taming my dick. Get out of my business. It's mine. You ain't going to be in the bedroom. You ain't going to be around when nuts are busted. Mind your business. This is what happens. You're letting people tame your dick with their opinions. Your daughter's older. Okay, if your daughter's 3 and I add 8, is that appropriate? Nope. You see what I'm saying? What if you're 70? My daughter's age is 50. I'm 58 and I'm what? What? How? When, where, what, why, and how does that make sense? That you can unilaterally throw that out there and it makes sense. Okay, why would you guys end up doing this? You're having sex based on other people's expectations. That's not how it works. Sex don't work that way. You do what you want to do as long as it's legal and everybody consents. It's fair game. So someone else is uncomfortable with it. That's their problem. It ain't yours. It's not. It's your dick. Anyway, letting people control how you get pleasure. Now I gotta fuck this 46-year-old woman just because. Well, because Kevin Samuels and they told me why. That's the one my dick. Well, I gotta fuck these soggy skin. Like, man, bro, that you guys gotta be men out here. Stop letting other people control and manage how you get pleasure and how you should see yourself being pleasured. Like, this is crazy. LW says your point about people lacking urgency needs to be heard by everyone. He says, if you simply have a sense of urgency about yourself and your work, the sky's the limit. Okay. Every day I wake up, I'm poor. I don't care how much money in my bank account. I got 0. I got minus 100 when I wake up. That's how I wake up. I wake up like I'm in a deficit. I'm broke. And people be like, damn, why you work so much? Because I'm broke. I woke up. I need some money today. Okay. I woke up and but you got X, Y, and Z, and you got this and that. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. That shit don't pay no bills. That shit don't pleasure me right now. I ain't concerned about that. You got a Porsche in your garage, you got a motorcycle. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit today. I'm broke. I'm broke today. That's how I wake up. All right. You don't have to be that way, but I woke up broke today. All right. Kevin Sullivan says, I know a guy that self-proclaimed stay-at-home dad, and his fiance is a 2-time baby mama, works at the drive-thru at Taco Bell. These Negroes are lost. And he probably like, I'm pimping her. I'm living off of her, ass nigga. Nah, bruh. Not I. I couldn't do it, bruh. I could not do it. And then my woman makes Taco Bell money. I don't know, man. I lived around too many rich people. I lived around too many rich people, and I see how rich people live, and I'll be like, nigga, do you realize how much life is out here? Nah, I can't do it. DJ Fresh is in the building. He says, much love, CGA. You can say my name if you want to. He says, but the lesson is, quote, we don't get more of what we want without also getting more of what we don't want. Play ball, amen. Shout out to the legendary producer, DJ Fresh. Look him up. But he says we don't get more of what we want without also getting more of what we don't want. That is a true lesson. Anytime you want more, you're going to get more of what you don't want. I want more. As soon as you get more, also that comes along with that is more of what you don't want. You can't get more of what you don't want and just get more. That is a lesson. That's like one of those grasshopper lessons where people think they're just going to leave all this shit behind. Okay. I'm going to leave all this shit behind, but I'm going to gain all this stuff. You get bullshit. Somebody, Rick from H-Town says, young men in the coach gang, please listen to many teachings from the coach. The only person who will take care of the older you will be the younger you. These women are survivalists and will leave you high and dry to get ahead. Okay. And I don't criticize women for doing so. Women are like, why do you keep being critical of her for doing that? I'm not critical of you doing that. I'm critical of me expecting that you won't do that. Right. And she says, I won't do it. And I say, pull out your past resume of relationships. Pull out your past resumes. Write down all your relationships. Look at it. All these niggas ain't here no more. I'm supposed to believe that I'm going to be here forever. Oh, but I learned. I know how to. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. This nigga lasted 5 months, 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 6 weeks. I'm going to last just about the same, if not more or less. I don't expect you to have figured it out, and we're going to be forever. Yeah, nigga. As I always tell them, don't promise me anything. I won't promise you shit. Don't promise me anything. High Tolerance says, check out the Long Island deputy commissioner whose YN son husband was in a gang-related shootout. He tracked down mom while she was in the getaway car and peeled out. They both were arrested and charged with attempted deletion, assault, firearm charges, and all of that. It's Mount Vernon police deputy police commissioner and his YN son acting like a nigga. Damn. Supporter says, I've seen kids as old as 9 still get pushed in strollers. That's Gen Alpha. How do you think they will function as adults? I don't think any better than Gen Z. I'm always going to say it's going to be worse. All right, the data's not out there, but to assume Gen Alpha will be more mature than Gen Z is a pipe dream. I think there will be oftentimes worse. And then if anybody's a teacher in the primary school ages, they probably can tell you, yeah, it's not getting any better. I wouldn't hope for a miracle. Now, I had empirical data because I was working with Gen Z students, coaching them, coaching my kids' sports teams, coaching high school ball, training them. That was in the Gen Z years. I actually coached many of them at college at the tail end of my coaching career. So I knew what was coming. All right, I was like, Gen Z's in trouble. These people are different. These people are different than in a many of ways. So I was ready for what happened. Fascari says, girl only had one ace in the hole, and that's their body. If you get them pregnant, then now they have 2 ace in the holes. That's it. Other than that, they have nothing. He says, boss up, don't live under a woman. You are a loser if you are. Women always taxing you like the government. They never happy. 100%. 100%. All the women watching me right now, the 28 women watching me, wanting to have sex with me, are you happy right now? Like women, people who chase happiness, I don't understand what you're chasing. But women and men tend to chase happiness. I've never chased happiness. I've never understood what happiness is as a thing to get. Like, I just want to be happy. Like, I don't understand that. Like, there's times where I'm happy. Like I got a little bit of time. There's times when I'm happy. Like, you know, I'm just chilling. I'm just scrolling TikTok. I'm just very just like chilling. Like, I ain't expecting shit. And then I'll watch something and I'll laugh and giggle and be like, that was happy. Like, that was my happiness. You know what I mean? And I put a smile on my face. I was like, and I'll keep scrolling. And then I'm back to where I was before that. Like, I don't understand where people are chasing this. Like, I'm going to be happy. Like, I'm happy. I am in like happy. Like, I'm in a state of euphoria. I'm happy. Like, I'm just happy. Like, I'm happy right now. Like, what kind of goofy, childish pursuit is this state of happiness? I'm just super happy. Like, even when I'm on vacation, I'm not like, I'm just happy. I'm a happy nigga. Like, I'm not like happy on vacation. I'm like chilling. I'm like comfortable. My mind is at ease. You know, like I'm chilling. I'm looking at ass or something. You know, woman whack and pleasuring my dick, and I'm happy. And once I bust, I'm like, all right, move on to something else. Like, I'm not like, what kind of happiness are y'all looking for? Like, what is this shit? Define what are you looking for? Because I don't get it. Like, I'm like happy I paid the bills, or I can set my shit to auto pay and get alerts and be like, oh, nigga, and just move on. That makes me happy, but I'm not like, I'm happy. Like, what are you looking for? Explain it to me, because I don't know what you're talking about. When a woman's like, I just want to be happy and I lost my happiness, I'm not happy, you need to make me happy. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this? I don't understand what you're talking about. I get comfortable, content, relaxed, at ease. You know, I'm getting a massage. I'm not like, I'm super happy getting this massage. I'm so happy. Like, I'm just kind of like relaxed. I feel like, okay, I don't have to work. I don't have to think about it. Let me take my mind off. Let me go to sleep and shit like this. Like, what are y'all talking about? When I buy a car, I buy the Porsche. When I bought the Porsche, I was a nervous wreck. I was just like, oh, nigga, like, damn, is it the right thing to do? What am I doing? I might lose it. I might not have no money tomorrow, like this and that. And then when I bought it and I signed the papers and then they pulled it up in front of me all waxed and washed, I never was happy the whole time. I smiled and shit. Then I was like, I got the car insurance. I was trying to not crash it driving home. I wasn't thinking like, I'm so happy I bought a Porsche 911. The only thing I was happy about is when I woke up the next morning and opened the garage door and it was in the garage. I was happy then. I was like, damn, I really did it. Like, damn. And I sat around. I probably shed a tear and shit. Like, damn, I came a long way. Like, god damn. Then it was over. Like, what the fuck? I wasn't like, I'm super happy. I'm driving a 911. Look at me. Like, that wasn't happy. I don't think that made me happy. I thought I was like accomplished. I accomplished something. I overcame. That wasn't like happy, you know? And I think in life, people chase happiness and they think things and people are going to make them happy, and things that people are going to disappoint. Life is going to happen. You expect it. I don't get depressed because shit happens to me. So as much as I'm not happy, I'm also not depressed. So I don't get depressed. I get disappointed. I basically go, well, there it is. I expected it. So I don't get happy or disappointed or depressed either. So when people say, well, you just don't know how to be happy, I also don't know how to be depressed. So I don't even understand what depression is. Like, what is depression? I'm depressed. I feel bad about myself. I don't understand that either. Like, what the fuck are you talking about depressed? Like, nigga, get up, go take a shower, go run, go fuck somebody. Like, go make some money. Like, all right. By the way, I'm a Libra, so I'm balanced. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe in happy or depression. I don't believe in any one of those. Those are not states that I chase or try to avoid. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure I was depressed at one point, but I didn't recognize it. I probably said, I probably need to go get some money or some pussy. That probably made me feel better for a little bit, and then I moved the fuck on. Like, what? Like, what's the problem with y'all? What are you trying to seek? I think what's disappointing you is you're trying to think that life has no disappointments. And wake the fuck up. Life is real. All right. Life is real. Life is life. Especially when you've raised people and you're responsible for people. You don't got time to slow down and be happy or depressed. As coaches, watch a championship coach. Motherfucking coach will win a championship and won't smile. And I was a coach for a long time. When you're a leader, you ain't got time to motherfucking smile. All right, coach will get the championship and be like, yeah, so tomorrow we got to call the recruits and we got to defend the title. Let me see here. Let me show you this clip. I got to get out of here because I got an appointment at 1:30. Check this out. This is the winning coach in a buzzer beater game for the NCAA national championship. This is the championship game. Michael Jordan, North Carolina, cover your eyes. This is Jay Wright of Villanova. This is the buzzer beater. This is one of the most memorable games in NCAA history. Winning the championship at the butter. That's me. That's how I live life. That's my life right there. When I win, I expected to win. Right? Yep. That's me. That's me. That's how I do life. Nigga, yep. I expected that shit, nigga. Yeah. I can smile later on he smiled, but that's me in life. All right. I'm not down or up. If he missed, he would have had the same reaction. Oh, fuck, we missed. All right, nigga, next year we're gonna get him later. And now he's thinking about next season and recruits and shit like that. You ain't got time to sit around when you a fucking man out here. I know y'all think this is super hyper masculine, crazy bullshit, but for real, bro. Look, I expected that shit, bro. It is what it is. They just won the national championship. They through all the seasons, they're the top team. They went through the tournament undefeated. That's his reaction. Namely because of the pressure. The pressure's off. Okay, pressure's off. Cool. All right. Wow. Okay, next. There's going to be a next day, next game, next season, next recruit, next injury. But that's pretty much how I live. I'm very calm, content, even kill. I'm not like up, down, left, right. People, they don't know what to expect from me. That's because they expect more. But then when they learn me, they know that I'm going to just be just like this every time. Whether I'm getting my balls pleasured and bussing or I'm losing in life, it's going to be pretty much the same. All right. Pretty much the same response. How was it? That was cool. All right. Anyway, shout out to y'all. We got to get out of here. Probably going to get the stream censored because I played that clip. Professional sports teams and CBS, once they hear it, they hear 10 seconds of that, 3 seconds of that, they will shut down the entire stream. So I will have to clip that out. You will lose the live chat replay, but I'll clip it out and it'll be available in a few hours, maybe by the end of the day or tomorrow. They'll probably censor it. But come back and watch the replay at another time. Shout out to the Coach Gang. We out of here. Peace.